Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live, February 9th, here on this Monday morning after the most boring Super Bowl I can remember. Congrats to the Seahawks fans, but the fans watching wasn't the greatest game. But nonetheless, here we are here on Monday morning, back to markets. Some news from Google came out this morning and took the bond market down a little bit. We'll talk more about that as the morning goes on. But joining me in studio, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai. Welcome back.
Good morning, all. Glad to be back.
Even though you were back Friday, still is welcome back to this group. Macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And the man in the middle, which nobody remembers and people online don't know from the Chicago Bulls days. I'm going to keep saying it. I don't know why. But anyway, although, did he get a fresh haircut? I think he did.
No.
My man, Cags. No. Jimmy Cags, Cagnina, senior market strategist. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. It is a glorious day. We are ready to go.
What'd you think of that Super Bowl, Jimmy?
You were right. It was boring. It was really, really, really boring. I was kind of disappointed. I expected some more bombs to fly, but, congratulations, Seattle, anyway. I know. I actually YOLO'd my Kalshi account. Didn't win.
Yeah, I only made it to the third quarter. I stopped watching after that at the end of the third. I broke even on all my bets, though. So that's pretty good because I hit one square, the smallest square I had. Of course, that's the one I hit. But nonetheless, I'll take a break even anytime. Quick look at the market, so we'll get to the news with Shai. Off that Google news, which, Craig and Shai will get more into, market's not doing a ton. S&P is down a little bit, 69.47. NASDAQ's down 54, 25,108. Other indexes are down modestly, pretty much flat. Bond market's really going to be something we talk about. Bond market was pretty much flat and lost around 20-plus ticks on that, so ZB is now sub 115 again. Still the same old in that range, and the 10-year comes in at 4.25, and some stuff we'll talk about versus the dollar. But that's a quick look into the tape. Actually, gold is up and platinum is down as well, so that's kind of a divergence in metals. But for all that, Shai, the news.
All right. So we had Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi hailed a strong mandate. She won her election in a landslide. She did acknowledge concerns among investors over the plan to cut sales tax on food items for 2 years and reiterated plans to avoid issuing bonds to fund the measure while vowing to look for other revenue streams or savings. But she didn't really provide any further details. Now, we did see the Nikkei up on that. We did see the yen down, most expected yen selling, but we did rebound because right before the FX market opened, Japan's top currency official came out and said that the government remains on high alert as it monitors the foreign exchange market. So after we saw an initial sell-off, we did see the yen bounce a little bit. So overall, we had Japanese equities higher, bonds flattened modestly with the back end actually rallying and the yen actually stronger. Moving on, we have China has urged banks to curb exposure to U.S. Treasuries. Now, the move was kind of framed around diversifying market risk rather than anything to do with geopolitical maneuvering or a fundamental loss of confidence in U.S. credit worthiness. That said, we did see bonds sell a little bit off on that, and then again on this Google news. But there are sort of two camps here. We have one camp that says this is not a big deal, that China has been selling bonds for quite a while now, and that this should limit yield pressure on the U.S. Treasury market. The other camp says this is going to cause a greater contagion, and we're going to start to see more foreigners selling U.S. Treasuries. So something to keep an eye on, particularly as the bond market is selling off today. Next, we have Goldman traders warn that stock selling isn't over. So this is really important, you guys. So after rebounding on Friday, U.S. stocks are facing more selling pressure this week from CTAs. the index has already breached its short-term trigger that prompted CTAs to sell stocks last week. They expect the systematic strategy to continue throughout this week. A renewed decline could trigger about $33 billion of selling this week, regardless of market direction. Even if the market goes higher, CTAs are still supposed to be selling into this. So the real threshold gets to be 67.07, which is quite a bit below where we are now. But if we do breach that, that's going to unlock up to $80 billion in additional systematic selling. So something to keep an eye on. They do expect thin liquidity and short gamma positioning to keep the market choppy this week, potentially magnifying swings in either directions as dealers buy into rallies and sell into drawdowns to balance their position. On top of that, we also have option dealer positioning has flipped in a way that may exacerbate those moves after sitting in an area of so-called long gamma that helped prevent a break above the 7,000 level. Dealers are now estimated to be flat to short gamma, so that dynamic becomes more pronounced. So you have option dealer short gamma, and you also have positioning, you have the index in short gamma. So could be a very choppy week. So just keep that in mind moving forward. We did have Bitcoin, talk about Bitcoin a little bit. We did see that huge sell-off. We hit 60, rebounded about $10,000. That said, there are warning signs that even though we have this rebound, traders are still positioned defensively with little sign of new bullish bets, so something to keep an eye on that. That could also be very volatile as well. We mentioned Google this morning came out and said they were issuing new bonds. You know, we already have bonds heavy under the fact that we have large U.S. Treasury auctions and we have a growing corporate calendar. And so traders are likely to demand higher yields on that with just the vast amount of debt that's coming to market this week. Keep that in mind. SIC, the new 10-ounce silver contract, has started trading today. Very low volume so far, so I wouldn't rush to jump into that. Only 438 contracts have traded that so far. But interestingly enough, I looked at the micro gold contract. It's traded 280,000 contracts so far today, which is twice the amount of ES contracts that traded overnight, which is just crazy.
And last week we had days where it was 500,000-600,000.
I mean, just nuts. So keep in mind that, and you can put the 10-ounce silver contract chart up, but again, keep in mind trading volumes are very low. We'll see how that picks up. And then for data today, very quiet on the data docket. All we have today is at 11 a.m. We have the New York Fed one-year inflation expectations, not a market mover. So quiet day, and positioning is such that we could have a volatile to choppy market.
Yeah, I mean, look at where we are, too. I mean, look at sharply unchanged, as I'd like to call it. I mean, we keep having these big moves, and for day traders, it's great. If you're trying to look for a trending market, the indexes are not the place. Maybe the Russell a little bit. People are asking about that in there. And again, my favorite look will continue to be the crude oil market. I think it's the cleanest on the charts. It also checks the technicals, the fundamentals, and the macro, which we always look at. I always look at the three boxes to be checked. And of course, a headline at any point in time can derail CL because we know President Trump will try and push that down. But it still remains, as far as I'm concerned, the most
and we still have
trade.
the Iran considerations. They did meet on Friday, but nothing was resolved in that as far as nuclear expectations. We do not know when they are going to get together again to talk. So just keep in mind that, headlines are dropping because there's still no resolution on that front.
Yeah, hard to sit with anything overnight into that. But remember, work your stops as usual. Craig, get into this Google news this morning and why ZB dropped. I mean, it was a noticeable move on the charts.
Yeah, there's a lot of fixed income supply coming to the market. We've been talking about it for weeks and months. We know that the Treasury has a ton of issuance to come all year, every week. And this week, 3-year auction tomorrow, 10-year on Wednesday, 30-year on Thursday. So we know that Treasury supply this week is growing. The news overnight in Japan, kind of a mandate for big deficit spending, stimulus spending. a little bit of pressure in the JGB market. We've been seeing that pressure all year, higher yields globally. And then the last part of this is the AI CapEx story increasingly being debt financed. And so last week you had Google and Amazon massively take up their CapEx intentions, and the thought being that's going to be debt financed. And so you walk in Monday morning, Google announces a 7-part bond deal. I suspect Amazon's going to announce similarly either today or tomorrow that they're going to be issuing debt. And so as folks have to think about digesting all this incremental supply, the long end of the bond market sells off. We've been talking about this two-way action in the bond market. We spoke about it with Donnie last week. You could get constructive on bonds based on the economy, and we had some weak labor data last week, kind of throughout the course of the entire week. The ADP was weak, the JOLTS was weak, the claims were worse than expected, and so that helped put a bid in the bond market. But the supply is the other side of the story, and we're seeing an acceleration of supply here. So you kind of have that push and pull on the bond market. On Wednesday, we get non-farm payrolls. It's obviously going to be of big importance to the trajectory and momentum of the labor market. We get CPI on Friday. So a lot of macro going on this week. But as we talked about, the pickup in volatility in precious metals and in FX hasn't really affected broad equity indices as much as we thought it might, particularly because the bond market was not really moving all that much. Last couple of days, we've seen the MOVE index tick back higher. And bonds are starting to unleash a little bit here. I think if the yields this week move higher on supply, maybe move lower on the payroll numbers, that could start to filter into to equity volatility. So big week for fixed income could have implications for the equity market, I think.
I start to wonder if the equities are just kind of worn out now too. Like, I don't think you're going to get some sort of big move. I mean, unless we get news. I mean, look at what we did on Friday. I looked at that. I just looked away from it. I didn't touch it. And Thursday was, the sell-off we've kind of all been waiting for, Wednesday, Thursday, right? And then Friday, you had that huge move right back up. And it's just like, man, you got to wonder how much do people want to put risk on unless they're almost forced to get out of stuff outside of this range right now, because, we continue to push through, the 69.02 that I talk about. We continue to try to push higher above, certain areas of prices. We get above 7,000, they come right back in. We get below it, we come right back in. It's the Al Pacino, man. Just keep pulling me back in. It's just what it is. And it's like, again, maybe these negative gamma type scenarios gets driven by news to get us outside of it, and the bond market maybe is a spark of it. I mean, who knows? All I can tell you is that for two-way traders intraday, not a bad tape. But if you're looking for trending markets, the indexes are not the place. I mean, and again, we'll see what happens this week. Jimmy, let's take a look at the tape. S&P is pretty much completely flat. It's down $1. It kind of feeds into this whole story. We're right back to 69.51 and change. NASDAQ is down 25,143. Still weaker on a relative basis from the beginning of the year. The Russell is up back to what this divergence has been. Small caps are doing better. Okay, they're up $1.50 versus the S&P down $1. I mean, it's, again, nothing to look at, but at 2680 in the Russell. Dow above 50,000. They had cake and had hats last week at the exchange. I'm sure it was a great party. Natural gas off this morning around 6.5%, 320 is where it sits right now. Heating oil to 239, off about 0.5%. Crude oil is flat, 63.59. I mean, it's up 4 ticks. Big deal. Again, I'd like to see pullbacks in below 62, high 61s as some moving averages come up. Again, it's trending. I wouldn't be a seller of crude unless it was, news driven. But for the most part, if we wait for crude to pull back, it's again been the cleanest trade. Gold up $61 this morning, 50.43 in gold. It's up 1.25%. Copper up 6 ticks, 5.888. Silver back above 80, up 3.30 this morning, and platinum is down $36 to 20.62. Platinum and silver, they really look like they're going to be really big range bound here off of those recent highs and recent lows. I mean, who knows? But gold is the one that, to me, it looks like it could start to push back up to all-time high. Wouldn't that be something to see that happen, and then silver and platinum just not follow through? I mean, who knows? I mean, again, these markets are doing whatever you don't think could happen, it's going to happen. It's going to happen 5 times in a row. I mean, that's the reality of it. And when you don't think it could happen 5 times in a row, it'll happen 10 times in a row. So never put your guard down. Bonds this morning, like we talked about, down 18 ticks in the ZB at 114.30. off that news that Craig talked about with Google. 10-year sits at 4.25. Interesting this morning, though, I went to look at the currencies. You've got Australian dollar continuing to peak its head higher. That market is looking to push back up to recent highs. That's something to keep an eye on. Again, if you like trending markets, Aussie's there.
It's also a commodity currency, so the lift in commodities is helping it.
Yeah, and then you have you have the yen this morning. Again, the yen. I mean, we'll see. Jack's on the afternoon. I know he's been trading the yen. A little bit of volatility. Had that run up, but slide back down. Now we're back kind of in the middle of a range, but there's volatility there. So dollar is weak against a lot of those currencies. Jimmy, what's going on with you? What are you seeing?
I'm kind of positive equities. I think the dip buyers are out there ready to go. I mean, the Dow is, I know we don't talk about the Dow a lot, but it's just killing it. Russell's pretty close to all-time highs. Even the S&P's hanging in there. We're only 100 handles off of the all-time high. NASDAQ, okay, that's the weak link. NASDAQ's a little bit of a weak link, but, money rotates out of one and into the other. So the equity markets, in my opinion, are looking pretty strong until we have some sort of economic event to tell us otherwise. I think the dip buyers are going to come back, keep coming, keep showing up in those markets. So, I know we're around, annual VWAPs and all that stuff for the S&P, but it's still holding its own. There's no huge rout going on there. The other thing is on the bonds. I mean, we're in a 114 handle again, but, every time we get into that 114 handle, buyers are coming back in and, 30-year U.S. debt at, 4.9%, 5% risk-free yield is going to be attractive. I mean, I think we're going to keep pushing into that range unless, again, some huge dislocation happens and, something falls out of bed economically. That's a black swan type of thing. But right now it's, range bound. It's been range bound for 60 days. It's right in it's just 10 ticks below that anchored VWAP there. So it's hanging in there. The market that I'm really a little bit worried about is the Bitcoin. We're back below 70,000 again. So I'm a little bit worried about that one getting down to those 52,000 lows we saw in 2024.
I scalped that on Friday. It's the only trade I did. I bought Bitcoin and covered it. Yeah, what are you going to do? Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to hold it. I bought spot, but I bought a good amount of it and dumped it. I'm like, it's a good Friday trade. Let's go play the Super Bowl. But I actually like Bitcoin here. I think Bitcoin, any sort of dip spec below into the low 60s, I like it again. I'll continue to scalp off of that. I mean, we'll see if it can hold. Again, scalp, I'm buying it. If it doesn't hold 60,000 roughly, I'll cover it. And if it bounces, I'll peel them off. I don't think it runs from here, but I don't think it runs lower either. I think, what was it, halfway back from the whole move? And what is typical drawdowns for Bitcoin have been like 60 to 80%. We've seen them. But this is halfway back. It wouldn't surprise me to see it hold.
This is the halving, too, that they have every 4 years. So
yeah, the halving.
The halving.
Yeah.
Having.
There's a joke.
Not having,
right?
having.
I know what having it is. But yeah, again, I think, look at it, it's a trade. It is what it is. I don't think Bitcoin's going anywhere too severe to the downside or the upside from here. You watch them trade this area a little bit, but I do think on weakness after what I saw on Friday, there will be buyers down there. I think. Again, use spot or futures. Pick your poison. Craig, back to you. Like we talked about, dollar weak to a lot of the currencies. Again, the landscape this morning, bonds got hit, starting to catch a little bit of a bid back up. Markets mostly flat everywhere else. Obviously the metals, the silver and gold are up a little bit. Equities flat, and then your crude oil is even flat. What else are you looking at coming into today?
Yeah, look, last week was a wild week under the surface. It was a lot of quant factor unwinds. We were talking about them kind of, throughout the course of the week, big moves in the value component in momentum. And so it seemed like there was a degrossing that was going on in the low net community, in the multi-manager community, and that filtered into that Thursday sell-off. Became more of a highly correlated sell-off Thursday into kind of Friday morning. And then we bounced back on Friday, similarly in a highly correlated way. We're still in a bit of a negative gamma pocket, broadly speaking. CTAs were a decent-sized seller on Thursday. So they're starting to, do some selling. Vol control funds now are in a little bit of a different place because 1 month realized vol is now above 3 month realized vol. So vol control funds could be sellers if the volatility stays here. So look, I think one of the things that from last week, which I think was very interesting, we've been talking about the labor market for quite some time. Are we in low hire, low fire, or are we getting into something worse? The data last week wasn't great for the hiring market. I think Wednesday's payroll is going to be very important. We saw the negative reaction to equities on Wednesday morning when we kind of got that a bunch of the negative data on payrolls. I think if we got a bad payroll print, that could put some of an issue into this underlying passive bid for stocks, right? Because if we're getting more firings, less hirings, you kind of have less 401k inflows, less of that passive bid into the market. People start to get a little bit more concerned about the labor market outlook. Also, last week we had a ton of news from Anthropic talking about displacement of software and displacement of white-collar workers. And so that theme is picking up a little bit more momentum, and it's not going to stop. All the coding work, all this vibe coding stuff, the SaaS apocalypse that's going on. This is as folks are thinking about their longer term labor market expectations. You have to start to worry about white collar workers and what it means. And so if that becomes more the narrative as we push over the course of the next week and few weeks here, I think it's going to be harder for equities to kind of continue that passive bid that we've been seeing. It may hold together here through February expiry, but that's something to watch for as we push through the end of the first quarter. Do we keep getting those flows into the equity market? And if we don't, we might unleash a little bit more of the selling because some of the broader volatility components cross asset wise are not really dying down. So I think Wednesday is going to be crucial with this NFP report.
Yeah, someone in chat said, why doesn't the bond market agree? I mean, well, the bond market somewhat agreed until this morning. I mean, I wouldn't even say that really. I mean, the bond market didn't catch much.
I mean, we're seeing a very big steepening, right? And so I think the bond market is agreeing. The bond market is concerned about the labor market. That's why the front end is rallying as much as it is, and the back end is selling off because of supply. So, I think the bond market is starting to sniff out this little bit of concern on the labor market. Again, not showing up per se in the broad equity indices because that's more of a flows dynamic. Yeah. But my point being, if the labor market really does show signs of slowing and concern, you don't have that passive bid as aggressively as you did before. That could be a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, again, I look at bonds and I look at equities. They're still range bound to me. I mean, you got volatility in ES and NQ for sure. If you're looking for trending markets, look at the Russell or the Dow. Again, crude oil, that's where I want to go to you, Shai. I mean, crude continues to show promise that looks like it wants to continue to go higher. It's not been super exciting. I mean, we've had a little bit of volatility in it, but I actually kind of like it. It's just enough vol that where you're going to get maybe a pullback of reasonable amount, and then we rally right back up. And what are you seeing inside crude?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's been kind of a trending market over the last few days. We've been in kind of that $62 to $65 range, but I still think it's a buy on dips. In fact, you had Vital come out this morning and say we were totally wrong about the EV market, and we now think that demand is going to be much higher than we initially thought. And so, you have, OPEC's been saying this for a long time. We had IEA jump on, and now Vital, which is one of the largest traders of oil, came out this morning and reiterated that. And so, again, I keep saying I think this is, I think this is a story for H2, but, we could creep higher before then, particularly when we start looking at about the middle to end of February, kind of starts the seasonal uptrend in the market as well, just because of the seasonality of the market. And so also something to keep an eye on.
Yeah. And I think crude is a buy the dip. It's not buy the rally. And I think that's one thing you have to make sure you're very patient with it. I mean, I've been kind of stick and move with crude oil. If I see where it's down, I start seeing it getting below 62, low 61s. You step in. It's like, as long as you have some technical setup, it's just looking for a rotation. Again, I don't think, I'm not looking to buy any rallies. I'm not looking to buy it right here just yet. Again, it's just one of those markets that where when it pulls back, it's showing signs of support, which is what you want. If you're going to trade multiple markets, again, I just box out what market do I want to look to buy the dip on. If it's crude oil gets back below, to me, mid to now high 61s, probably not a bad spot. I think on a big pullback, 60-30 is my big support in crude. Anywhere in there, I'm looking to be a buyer.
Yeah, I'm around 62. I will definitely step into the market and start buying calls.
Yep. Final word, 30 seconds, Craig, before we let you go and we go to the Edge Report.
Yeah, I mean, last week was wild. I don't think we're out of the woods yet. We're in this negative gamma pocket here. We saw the rally on Friday. Mondays are typically being okay days for the tape, but if I think volatility is going to be with us for a bit here. I don't think we're past this. And a big macro week, retail sales tomorrow, payrolls on Wednesday, CPI on Friday.
Weird week that way too.
Yeah, normally it's the opposite, but because of the shutdowns and obviously the news out of Japan, and so you're seeing big moves in the dollar, right? We're seeing range expansion across a multitude of assets, and that if volatility starts to get unleashed, that's the thing that upsets the bias in stocks, and so that's what I'll be keeping an eye on.
Yeah. All right, everybody, it's about that time. Hit that like and subscribe button because it's now time for the Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with the daily chart on gold right now. You see that big benchmark candle in that piercing line, 50.57. We're about $20 away from that. We tapped it this morning. Like to see it close above that with continuation buying above this 38.1% retracement for me to have my rally cap back on again. And that 38.1% retracement is at 51.27. RSI is kind of tangled in love sideways there as well. So the anchored VWAP, though, from where this rally started back at the beginning of the calendar year is pretty far south. So that's kind of defining the bottom end of my range right now. And that's also aligns with that 61.8 fib, approximately 48.16. Intraday, let's open this chart up a little bit. We've been trading around VWAP pretty much all night long into where we're at right now. We're sitting right on that session VWAP at 50.33. On the downside, we have some downside targets here. We have that 0 DTE call resistance. That's at 5,000, nice even level. Previous session's highs are down here as well, and that's at 49.95.5. And then you can keep on going down. JAX 2 is at 49.50. So there's some JAX levels there, some options levels there to consider. On the top side, we do have the London initial balance high. It's kind of a nice target here at 50.57.2 should the bulls get active. And then that one-day max from MenthorQ is just north of that blind spot at 50.75, give or take a couple of ticks. Beyond that, there's a lot of empty space. So that's the story of gold right now. Let's shoot over to crude oil, though, because that's also a pretty interesting story. We have about 73,000 contracts traded in the big one so far. Daily chart right now. Again, I have this kind of target wick all the way back here from the 14th. This is a swing high, and I'm using that to say, hey, this is now support. And it's right at that 50% retracement as well, around 62.36. We're back into that trend channel that we kind of tracked from the second 2 weeks in January, and we're kind of sitting there right now, pretty decent candle right now, right at that 38.1% retrace. Remember, the September highs are $66.42. And let's just kind of go down intraday and see what we're looking like. A little bit of a double distribution forming on the volume profile right now. We'll see if we get a retracement back to VWAP. We kind of lost the session VWAP in the rearview mirror around 5 o'clock this morning. A lot of price separation there, right by that blind spot 1. These are also really good MenthorQ levels, 63.56. Upside targets, well, we have previous sessions highs at 64.58 and call resistance at $65. Downside targets, I'm going to include that JAX 1 at $63 right there, and then the point of control is right next to that, the official point of control. So we'll see if this double distribution continues or we kind of revert back to the primary point of control here as we get closer to the bell. Bottom of the London initial balance is kind of framing the bottom of the conversation, give or take a few ticks, 62.71. And then we have previous sessions lows at 62.20 and JAX 3 at 62 to give us some targets on the downside. Let's take a look at the Japanese yen. The Japanese yen is actually, we have a lot of news out of Japan, as the panel discussed earlier. Here's the daily candle here. It caught a bid right here, a big one. This is a nice green candle so far. We're kind of back up past that 61.8% retracement here. No seller's wick on the top of this candle. This is full force forward here. Support all the way down here at 63.34. Next target's up, that 50%. This is kind of a bigger macro target. This 50% is at 64.45.4. And then if we drill into an intraday chart, we also have some great MenthorQ levels. And there's that, look at that. 1 day max, the gift that keeps on giving. We just tag that right now, 64.27.5 from MenthorQ. We're above that Jax 1 right now. This thing is still driving. Buyers are in complete control here. Next stop up is call resistance. It's on the futures. Remember, we're looking at the futures right now, 64.500 on the upside. If we get any kind of retracement back down, I don't even know where we go. I mean, we have the London initial balance. I guess I would look at that as well as the point of control right here. But volume will come in once that bell rings. VWAP is arcing up pretty nicely right here. We also have a blind spot too. So 64.04 would kind of be a target if we get a retracement back down, but it's not looking like it. This is looking super, super strong. If something crazy happens, yeah, maybe I'd look for the blind spot or previous session's lowest, but the bulls are in charge here for the Japanese yen futures. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shai, a preview of our guests, and I'll give the lowdown of who's going to be on the network all day today.
Absolutely. We have Alex Gurevich. He is founder and CIO of Hante Investments. It's a San Francisco-based global macro hedge fund. He's got more than 20 years of professional trading and investment experience. He's worked at Deutsche Bank. He served as a managing director in charge of global macro trading at JP Morgan. He is also the author of 2 highly regarded books on trading and market strategy, The Trades of March 2020 and The Next Perfect Trade. In fact, he has now updated his book, The Next Perfect Trade, that is out now. So we can talk to him about that as well.
Oh, I got to see what the next perfect trade is because I need one. All right, let's take a look and see who else is going to be on the network the rest of today. We will have, of course, Alex coming up next, and then we've got Tape Talk with Pharm. We've got Trade the Open with Salma and Tanja. We saw Salma's up already, hopefully. It takes her a while to get ready, she says, so glad to see you're up and ready to go, Salma, for today. Midday Markets, XY, and Leo, officially Leo the Tiger on Twitter. Now he's not ES Leo anymore.
Oh,
so, he's made that
right.
change. He's been quiet about it, though. And then Trade the Close. We've got Jack, we've got Nick, we've got Joey. So, all right. Going to be a busy day here. Hopefully the equity markets provide a little bit of action on Monday morning as everyone's kind of dusting off the cobwebs from the Super Bowl. Let's bring in Alex. Alex, good morning.
Good morning. Glad to be back here. Thank you for having me.
Great to have you here. Yeah, so let's start off. Let's just talk market environment a little bit because here we are, second week of February. It's kind of a weird week too. We have unemployment on a Wednesday, but we've had a market that, as I call it, really the Ozzy Osbourne road to nowhere market, where we just keep coming back, right back to the middle, kind of where we opened. I mean, Russell continues to be the stronger part of the market, along with the Dow. Bond market as well just tries to get outside of its range, and it can't. Had some news this morning. I don't know if you caught it about Google moved bonds lower, right back into range. What's your overall take on what we're doing in equities and bonds this year?
Well, it is hard for me to say what equities will do. I will tell you right away. So the interesting thing, you probably got me here to get a little longer view because I'm a long horizon trader. And what I find interesting is that I'm in the situation that I see absolutely nothing negative for the equities market. Everything points to equities market going up, from increase of productivity to lower interest rates and soft dollar and good wealth building everywhere, and overseas equity markets getting a boost. So, and we kind of anticipate that any crisis of any kind, we get the stimulus and fiscal stimulus coming. So having said all those things, I basically think that when you have seen no reason for stock market to go down, it tends to go down. So like when
so
like,
true.
When you run out of bearish arguments, that's when things stop out. So if equity market is going to go down significantly, and at some point the history shows that it will, it probably for a reason none of us can foresee or predict right now. The mechanism most likely will be something radically new and surprising.
So what's your take on the bond market? I mean, the bond market, oh, sorry, go ahead if you were going to finish that thought.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to get
Go
into the
ahead.
bond market. I'm with you on equities too. I feel you. It's like, you look across the board and you're like, you really can't find any reason to be bearish, but yet the tape is not acting so great. Maybe it does happen when you at least expect it. But, we're looking for other signs. I mean, the bond market, they're even more range bound than equities. I mean, I guess I can understand that. We haven't really been getting a ton of data from the government. We don't know what jobs are going to look like. We're kind of unsure about inflation creeping its way back in. What is your big picture view on the bonds?
So yes, I agree. Bond market had extremely low volatility over the past few months, to the extent that if you have any positions in interest rates, they almost don't affect your portfolio. You just look at your precious metals position and you know what your P&L is going to be. Like everything else almost does not matter. So that's been the story of the last few months. I do think that they'll probably get out of the range this year. I do think that rates are, so my central view is that rates are heading to zero, short-term rates, and not 50 basis points cuts, not 100 basis points cuts, but cuts all the way close to zero. What it's going to do to yield curve shape, it's hard yet to predict. Usually it first steepens a lot, but then a flattening rally begins. That is my central view. I do think the job market is deteriorating, and I do think that inflation is actually unwinding. I do not say that this is a certain scenario that I really know that that's going to happen, but I do think that market nowhere close to correctly prices the probability of rates going significantly lower.
And I wanted to get your view on the precious metals markets. Obviously, that was the big winner last year. We have pulled back a little bit. Do you expect the rally to continue in precious metals and this is just a pause, or is that trade over for you?
It's not fully, though I'm a little mixed on precious metals. When I'm looking at silver, for example, silver had such a incredible rally, right, up to basically last few days of January. And it really reached all the price targets and beyond them that I had in mind. So to me, seeing such a sharp reversal on silver in hindsight is not surprising where it happened. It could have happened at a higher point, at a lower point, but that at some point we saw a sharp reversal on silver, it made sense. But precious metals tend to work on time-shifted cycles, like gold had a rally, while other precious metals were kind of lingering behind. And if you look at very long-term, decade-long precious metal cycles, then silver had its run, and it's actually typical that silver goes second. And maybe silver already had its run, but I don't believe that everything had its run yet. I do believe that platinum is not done yet, because platinum has not reached its targets, and historically it looks very cheap actually relative to other precious metals. So there's quite opportunity to me, I think, to see if platinum still can have a run, while gold and silver might go more sideways. And for like very secular and long-term reasons, going to semi-precious copper, I think might have more upside.
Excellent. And then I wanted to ask you, you wrote The Next Perfect Trade, which I wrote. Now you have an updated version, which I did order from Amazon, but haven't received it yet.
I can show the copy.
There you go. So tell us a little bit about your book.
Well, the original book articulated a set of my trading principles that I came up over my career and trading on my own. I came up with a set of strategic principles which I believe skew the odds in your favor. This is not about how to figure out what the market will do, but how to structure and find trades which have positive expectation. So it's not about so much economic analysis as about analysis of parameters which make for good trades. That's why I call it the next perfect trade. And what I wanted to do with this new edition is, because it was about 10 years since the last one, I wanted to have a backwards look on how did this work out? Because whenever anyone publishes a strategy book, it tends to be based on their previous success. That's always like a backwards looking thing. if you didn't make money, nobody reads your book, right? So you publish a book about your strategy, but then what happens afterward? Does it work or not? So now I had like a 10 years of observation in terms of what worked and what did not. And I wanted to add notes from 2025 on how I was able to adhere to my own principles, where I succeeded and where I failed, and how did all this, my strategic predictions look like over the last decade.
Great. We will put that link in the chat for everyone to go and check out Alex's book. Alex, we still got a few minutes here with you, and I want to talk about positioning into the rest of the year. Again, we talk about equities being pretty much flat, bond market. We know your view there. Well, we know your view in the equities markets too. We think it can go up, but maybe we all think they're going to go up, and maybe that's why they go down. But that's a whole other story. But we understand, the short end of the curve. We think you think that it is likely to probably grind up, especially as we get a new Fed chair in. Where's the positioning at right now, though? We talk about so many things that have kind of happened. What is kind of the next place to be, and how are you positioned going into the rest of this year?
Well, for me, duration, or rather like betting on low interest rate, is the place where I'm accumulating. And as I mentioned, we talked about the potential on precious metals. I think that there are some interesting opportunities in currencies. But if you're brave, I think yen and Japanese bonds present a really good opportunity, because yen is so weak and yield curve is there so steep that it's attractive. And one of the kind of what I said, my unpopular opinion right now is that despite everything that happened in Japan over the last several months pointed to weaker yen, I think that is already story is close to being played out. And the story now is that we have strong stock market in Japan and high bond yields, which is actually all points out to the capital wanting to go in Japan, not out of Japan. And I think that will lead to stronger yen. And that is a very interesting trade, because the yen weakness, especially not even against dollar, but against some other low yielding currencies, is very extreme.
Yeah, so it's possibilities for more upside in platinum. Look for potential buying opportunities in yen, buying the short end of the curve. Equity still bullish, but so what are the thoughts on equities? Even though we made a little joke of it, like there's no reasons really to be short equities, but is the play to be long the long caps? Is it the small caps? Is it the Dow, the dirty 30? What are we thinking, Alex?
I would honestly stay neutral. I don't think this is a place to be. As I said, like even though indicators are bullish, I think that there are more interesting trades right now than equities. But if you have some particular picks, it's not really my strong area of expertise to pick sectors in the equity market. But if you have sector picks, you still could play with them. Like, for example, if you like certain commodities, you could belong mining stocks corresponding to those commodities, right? I think like there might be some interesting things in the energy sector, even though some of them played out, some of the energy themes already played out, like uranium mining. It's already hard to get into it because that's kind of played out, but you could go through sectors and you could look at sectors. If you believe that interest rates are going down, you could look at interest rate sensitive sectors.
Yeah, I mean, Shai and I talk about energy every day here. What do you think about the future of the price of crude oil?
That's a conundrum, because I used to think that crude oil would eventually creep up. So when, like a couple of years ago, I started to belong deferred oil contracts, just thinking of thinking about deferred oil contracts as a way to collect a carry from backwardation. But then the trade just kept not working out. To me, it's interesting because energy demand is rising. Energy demand from computation is rising, and it's going to keep rising, which might be offset by global slowdown if such occurs. So it's kind of like a push-pull between any global slowdown, reducing demand for oil and increasing compute, building demand for energy. But I think that really compute increase will be so strong that it almost will make oil irrelevant as an energy supply, at least in that area. So we're going to have to switch to new sources of energy. So one could make an argument as we need so much more energy, we need all sorts of energy, right? And all of them will go up. And another argument could be as we move into cheaper sources of energy, oil will become irrelevant and only be used for driving, right? That is not happening yet, but I think that's kind of like a cross current. I think it's hard to bet on oil right now, but I think given where it is, probably in the short term, slightly up is more likely than down, just because it's fairly cheap. And like the catastrophic rally is much more likely than catastrophic sell-off in oil.
Yep. And we'll end it there. Alex, thank you so much. Best of luck with your book. I will be buying it as well. Everyone in chats, we will put the link in there for you to go check out what Alex is doing on X and to go and grab his book. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, Alex.
Thank you for having me. I'm glad to be back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Initial thoughts?
So I think I thought his idea on platinum was very interesting, being that it's kind of been the weaker of all of them lately. But I love the platinum trade. So definitely find that interesting. Keep an eye on that. Rates to zero. Like, that's kind of...
I mean, that's what President Trump wants. It's not a surprise to me, the short end. We've had a few people talk about that.
True.
But that trade is just, I mean, again, if that trade's going to work, it's not a bad time to start getting in it because it hasn't done much. It's been kind of creeping lower. I mean, you can go up as much as the 10-year. I mean, I don't trade, fives or twos, but, the 10-year has just been sideways to, it's just been sideways.
It's just been sideways to sideways.
Yeah. So any other thoughts going into today's trade, Shai?
No, just, keep in mind that CTAs are going to be sellers today and the rest of this week, regardless of the market direction. So we might have some volatility. We are in a negative gamma environment. Also on the option side of the market, we're in negative gamma. So we could have a choppy week. Maybe we don't, but just keep in mind kind of some of those points there.
Yeah, no, it's good to point out because it is a week where we're opening up right back kind of in the middle of the range. And if we start to go in one direction, it may not be a market you want to fade. When you're in negative gamma, knowing the CTAs have to be sellers is one thing, but negative gamma also. If we start to go lower, you have kind of a cocktail for us to continue to go lower, just like kind of what we did on Friday higher. I mean,
exactly.
It's what we've seen, everybody. So
exactly.
All right, Shai, we'll see you in chat. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, let's bring in Pharm. What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself, Deli?
Good. Kind of a interesting Monday coming in here, right back where we've been. I feel like you and I have done how many Monday mornings where we've almost been in the same exact price. It's getting, a little bit old, but here we are. We'll jump right into it and take a look at the charts. For me, I'm going to start off with the bond market. I'm going to let you talk about equities because I just don't have much to say there. When I look at the bond market right now, let's see if we can get my charts up there. There we go. Look I continue to think that, bonds are trying to form a bottom. This is the ZN. I have support that comes in at 111.21. And I am starting to slowly start to look at the bond market as we get closer to Fed Chair Powell being, replaced. We do have an idea that Warsh is likely to be becoming cut rates, and this is a big week for us because we have unemployment not on a Friday; it's on a Wednesday. It's in the middle of the week. Watch the jobs data and watch how the treasuries and bonds react. We don't talk a lot about those markets. Not a lot of day traders trading them, but I think you're looking at somewhat of a bottom that has formed here in 10-year. What I see here is that we made this low, was oversold. You come back in, it had my support area, which again comes in at 111.21. We've built a little bit of a rally the last couple of sessions. It pulls back. I like buys in here. It's not something I probably sit on a swing position, but I do like the bond market to stay somewhat bid on the ZN, and so I probably look for long opportunities there. That's something that I do like, is kind of on my playlist for this week. And crude oil. That's the other place I'm looking. Crude oil, you've got 61.89. I've got a moving average down to 60.31. The minute we get into this area, I'm immediately looking for longs. as of late, this has been the market that's been the best for me this year. Equities have just been tough to execute. Even if I've been right, it's not been the easiest. But this is trending higher. I mean, and I continue to look at it. My kind of blow-off area is 60-30. If it were to get below there, I would probably turn short-term bearish. But if we can hold between that $1.50 range in crude oil, I'll go down to the shorter-term time frame and I'll look for longs. I mean, to be honest with you, that's really all I'm looking at. It's not super exciting, but that's what I have. I mean, for everyone out there, look at, I need to be forced to trade, and these markets and equity indexes are not the cleanest. I'm not really touching metals in this area either. That's what I've got, Pharm. Let me see what you've got in store for everybody looking at the indexes.
Yeah, I mean, you're right about ES. It's done absolutely nothing. We've all talked about 6,800 basically, right? And that's where Thursday's low held. We got an excursion lower after hours, but we were well above that by the time we opened Friday. So no harm, no foul, no real volume build, or at least not really any kind of impressive volume build to the downside on ES last week. I wanted to see, at least drop the week's VPOC, below at least 6,900, 60 or 6,890. That didn't happen. NQ was definitely a different story. So sellers did some damage. They actually accomplished something. But like I said last night, I'm sure a lot of people weren't there. NQ came into a major yearly level for me, which was get the hell out of shorts and start looking for longs. And obviously we got a really nice pop. So, I mean, that spot, provides potential for new highs. I mean, it's that kind of a spot. Again, though, there is a lot of technical damage. There's plenty of room for sellers to come in and produce a lower high here on NQ. So I think NQ and how it behaves here is going to be really important. I mean, earnings were broadly good, very good, really. The names were sold off. Is that because we were in the middle of, kind of a little bit of a forced liquidation by a couple of players, or is it something more? People looking for exits. I mean, who knows? But I tend to think that NQ is going to be incredibly important this week. I mean, if it's leading to the upside, and ES is already back in range and just not that far from all-time highs, then I think ES is going to be pretty strong, right? And, maybe it can make a meaningful new high this time instead of just, making a new high by 5-10 handles and then selling off 2%. So definitely going to be watching NQ and what it does. And today is important to sort of set the tone for this week. Obviously, it always is. But Friday had, that massive rally, which definitely was, a cover rally. But there are, some organic initiative buyers there as well. That end of day spike, which just means new high of day was made in the last 30 minutes in this case of an upward spike. That was a little bit silly. And I usually see on an end of day spike, I fade them religiously, whether it's a spike down or a spike up. I fade them almost all the time. It just seems to me that at least 69% of the time we get reversion back the other way after a spike. And we opened last night and actually explored higher first. That got stepped on because again, there's some serious overhead here. As of now, we're sort of sitting right below the base of the spike, which is 127 on NQ. We had that sell-off. It held the important 969 spot. So this is going to be the spot, the 947 and 969 for me. That's pretty critical today. I think, if you're a bull, you don't necessarily want to see that offered. It opens potential for Friday's low. Again, if we are sitting in a negative gamma, I haven't looked at that myself for today. But if that is the case, then these levels in between, potentially a little bit weaker. I will say this 883 to 894, I actually didn't even mean to have it on there for this week. So it's probably going to be low of week just to screw with me because I didn't mean to have that there. But there is some demand left behind from Friday that would have to, be gotten through. But I mean, again, if we're seeing persistent weakness under 947 and 969, Friday's low comes into play. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, wait, why was I bullish over the weekend? That's weird. So a big day here. There's no clear and clean rotation to the upside and clear path. To me, this 369 to 388 is going to be a big test if we see that. And then ultimately, this 516 to 538, same spot from I don't know how many weeks, right? Last week it was key, from the upside and downside for us. So I need to see that 516, 538 spot get back on sides. And if that's flipping back to support, this thing has kind of some more meaningful room. But for today, I mean, I would have liked to buy this. I was sleeping, so it's probably generational low since I missed it. But to me, that's the spot. If you're seeing persistent failures below this 127, you could call it 122 to 127 during cash hours, then I think it's fair to lean short back towards that overnight low on NQ. But then if you're sustaining back above and above yesterday's high, which was just below this 226 to 233 spot. So if you're able to sustain back above, Friday's high and trap a lot of this overnight volume, then you could see a push through into the overnight high, and maybe we get that 369, 388 spot. So it's really, to me, going to be about the base of the spike and then Friday's high. If we're trading in the middle, it's kind of chop bullshit. You don't know who's got the advantage here, but that's what I'm looking at there. And it's certainly like I want to be really careful chasing a short to the downside. If the gamma picture is negative, that's a time when it can work. But again, clean, persistent offers below 947 to 969, then I'm probably looking to get short to at least test these lower levels. I'm probably going to cover a lot into this 817 to 832 spot. It's been very, very important since I want to say October, but ultimately looking for Friday's low. And it's one of those days, right, where, if sellers come in, they punish these buyers, everything looks like this was just a cover rally, it's going back to zero. And then all of a sudden sellers pull off of it before making Friday's low, and they just can't get there. That's when you're going to see initiative buyers say like, okay, now it's time to step in, right? We got the cover rally, we got our pullback, we're getting a little discount here. Now it's time for me to step in. Sellers shit the bed once again. So those are kind of the big picture ideas that I'm looking for today on NQ. ES is just, it really has been boring. Yeah, and it's funny too, because one of my members in the Discord was like, I just skipped your section on ES, and I was like, thank you, because now that you said that, NQ is going to be dog shit shop, and ES is going to fly all over the place today. So the market just loves to fade us whenever we do things like that. So I was having fun with them, but maybe right. I mean, again, negative gamma environment. That's exactly when you want to see ES and potentially trade ES, both ways, because it can be spicy. So the base of the spike on ES, 43.5, 69.43.5. And then, of course, you have Friday's high would be the top of the spike. If you're trading in between those two, you don't really know who has the advantage there. But sustaining above Friday's high, which clearly we didn't really do much of overnight, just some wicks basically. But sustaining above there, you're going to get this 91 to 94 test. And to me, that's probably the last reasonable spot for sellers to step in really this week before you get all the way back up to the kind of top of range. I said last night that if ES is up here, I'm still going to respect it as range high until proven otherwise, because every single time we get up towards 70-20 roughly, buyers just pull off and we liquidate 1-2%, whatever. But if NQ is strong with ES up at range high, I'm not really going to be looking to fade that. But yeah, I mean, just like NQ, if we can't sustain above this 43.5, then I think you can look for shorts roughly down to 6,900, right? PAX has a pivot there. It's a yearly open on an ETH basis. I'm using 68.98 to 69.02, some minor spots in between on ES, but that's generally what I'm looking at. I mean, it looks like NQ is infinitely more tradable right now, but I'm kind of hoping that changes, and with the negative gamma environment, it's entirely possible that it does.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is, man. I don't know what else to say. I said it earlier when I was talking this morning. I said it's the Al Pacino trade. We just keep pulling me back in, right back to the middle, and it is what it is in the S&P. You need the NASDAQ to start showing leadership to the upside. I think the most important point of what you're talking about this morning was if S&P starts to get up towards resistance and the NASDAQ is leading us higher, that's a time where you don't want to fade S&P. If the NASDAQ isn't leading higher, you have divergence in the tape, you just take every real short-term signal you have in ES, and it's going to be a rotating type scenario, even though we are in negative gamma. If you don't know what that is, it just means that the dealers are going to go with the tape. So you could have a tape that could be a trend day, especially if it opens up opening range higher low in S&P and it goes in one direction. But if you notice the tape is chopping around, unless you have leadership from the NASDAQ, I mean, what else is there to say? I mean, there's been so many reasons for the S&P to break out of this range, lower and higher, and it has not. The higher time frame doesn't matter right now. It's about the short-term trader. Focus on your setups, be small and smart, and if it doesn't get to your area, don't worry about it. Wait 5 minutes. It'll get to support or resistance, and you go from there. Watch the reactions. Don't overthink it. I don't know what else to say about S&P, man. If you overthink this tape, it'll chew you up.
Yeah, definitely watch the open. And see if, let's say YM, I use YM, obviously it's not like it's YM plus NQ equals ES exactly, right? But it sort of represents the non-tech components, since there is a lot of overlap. I mean, if ES, NQ, YM are all moving together, that would be like a first. But I mean, then maybe you're getting some clean trades. But watch that relative strength at the open. I mean, YM looks a little bit heavy right now, but I mean, who knows once cash opens, right? So see if they all move together. And if they're not, then you just have to understand that trading is a little bit different on ES specifically if they're not working together. You can trade the individuals, on their own, but ES can just be like a little bit tricky. You kind of have to watch both and see what they're doing, see how things are moving.
Yep. All right, Pharm, all the time we have. If you didn't catch Pharm earlier today, he talked about a really that high percentage. What was that, 69%? I think you slipped that in there. That's, again, it's math. It's amazing how it keeps coming up. Yeah, I get it. Check out what Pharm's doing on his Discord and check out him on X. You'll learn, you'll laugh, you'll have fun, and never miss an episode of Pharm here on NinjaTrader Live. Hit like and subscribe. He's also on the Sunday night show. Pharm, have a great day.
Great day, Deli.
All right, everybody. Well, it's getting to be about that time to trade the open with Salma and Tanja. It's a quick recap of this morning. This morning, you had Google announce a 7-part U.S. bond deal. That took the bond market lower, kind of in a hurry, and since it's kind of pulled back again, I keep saying it's the Al Pacino trade. Everything gets pulled right back in. Just when you think you're out, you get pulled back in, and that's what you're seeing in bond and equities. So not a ton of news across the board today. We had Alex Gurevich on earlier, talked about how platinum could be the one that surprises the metals and starts to take leadership to the upside. I thought that was pretty interesting. And again, you had some currency talk with the yen. He thought that was a possible buying opportunity down here in the yen. And if you follow currencies, the Australian dollar, the 6A, continues to push up, and it's a trending market. Equities, you just heard Pharm and I talk about it. Not a ton to talk about. Kind of a weird news week, as Wednesday this week is non-farm payrolls, unemployment on a Wednesday on the second week of Feb. So that's kind of interesting. And last, you heard us talk about negative gamma, which is, again, when the dealers are going with the tape. So on a Monday, sometimes you could have a one-dimensional move. You're a negative gamma. I think the tape is as cloudy as it's been in the S&P. It's still kind of in the first days of the year's range. I mean, it's like 69, 39, 75, I think, was the high in the first day of the year. And that's where we're printing right now. So, again, just be small and smart and be patient. And we've got two wonderful OGs. We've got Tanja, the OG from NinjaTrader Live, here with us on day one, and then Salma, OGs on Twitter. Let's get ready to trade the open with Tanja and Salma. Good morning.
Good morning.
What time did you get up this morning, Salma? I saw you in chat early, so I know the look. I mean, she looks fresh, Tanja. She's ready to roll, man.
7:15. That's earlier than usual, so.
Yeah. Well, it's good
I
to
like
see
that,
you here.
though.
You look great.
The OGs. I like it.
Yeah.
Clever.
Oh,
Very
yeah.
clever.
Because you guys are the Monday OGs now.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Let's go.
Best way to start the
So-
week, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, why would you start it anywhere else? I mean, than with you two. I mean, listen, this is the place to be, as they say. What do you
could
guys
say
see
that
coming
again.
into the open? What do you guys see coming into the open? Maybe we'll start with you, Tanja. Anything exciting out there? Sure doesn't look like it, but we'll see.
Pretty, yeah, I don't know. The indices have been a lot of back and forth, like you've said. We actually started off Sunday with a little bit of a gap up, and then we faded a bit since then. I'm sort of kind of interested in those to see if we're gonna lose steam and head a little bit lower, since that push up on Friday was kind of fast and furious, and I think that we could probably have some retracements. Let me see here. Like you guys said, ES is leading, Nasdaq's not leading. Definitely certainly weaker. And yeah, ES took out like Wednesday, February 4th high, and Nasdaq did not there. So maybe we'll see that as a divergence and then a retracement down lower. Certainly not like the usual Monday strength. Sometimes we'll see a gap and go. Like here we already faded below the Sunday open. So here we already faded below the Sunday open and we're rejecting from there. So I'd actually like to see us fail the previous month low level again. Like last week we got down below that and stayed below. Now we're hanging around there for the Nasdaq. ES is above its yearly open at the moment. I'd like to see it, retrace down to there. Back down actually. Yeah, if we break that pre-market low from like around 5, 6 a.m., then I'd like to see if we actually have some more continuation lower. But other than that, kind of like a back and forth market. And that's just me like looking at a mean reversion kind of trade back into this leg that we've had since Thursday, leg up.
Yep. Salma, you take a look more into the ES. What are you seeing? Maybe you could shed some light on it. We haven't been able to shed much light on it so far this morning. What are you thinking? Oh, you got a position on it already.
Yeah, I am short here off of the 30-minute time frame. Really like this, failed. They tried to push this higher, failed. I really do love those wicks. So I just took a stab at it. I was actually short overnight as well. Last night, the 4-hour was showing us, some type of retracement was going to happen. And then I was being super conservative. Honestly, I didn't think, I didn't want to get caught in anything too much. So all I did was I went for the gap fill, which they did fill that. If you're on like the 30-minute time frame, you see that we had a gap to fill till 9:48 on ES. So I targeted that, it hit overnight. And then now, I obviously re-entered not too long ago. I am a little bit bearish bias going into today just because, every single time we do push, we get buyer exhaustion and then sellers do step in. And I think just like you and Pharm said, we're kind of hanging out here in the middle of nowhere. So I'm not particularly in love with this trade. I will change my bias if we can reclaim November highs. We do that, then, obviously we push higher here. If we do get the kind of retracement that Tanja is looking for, though, I would love to see ES. Let me see the 4-hour here. I would love to see ES start to fill this RTH gap that we have down here. This is a small little gap on the 30-minute, 68.28 to 68.50. And coincidentally, if you draw your fibs, right, from Thursday lows to these highs here from the Sunday open, you will get the 0.618, which is where you would expect bulls to step in. It is the midpoint of that gap. So like coincidentally, it just happens to be the midpoint. That is where I would love to see us go. I just don't know if we push down another 100 points from here. But that's definitely a level that I will keep an eye on going into the week. For now, I would like to see us maybe retrace somewhere close to the yearly open. We do that. That would be a nice little trade for me here. But that's really it. I'm not seeing too much here.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's the tape we have, so we can talk about it till we're blue in the face. If whether we like it or dislike it doesn't matter. We have to adjust to it. It's just at some point you wonder if S&P just gets away from the first days of the year's range. I was looking at it earlier, and I'm like, man, are we right back into that range again? It just keeps turning up. I mean, opening day of the year's range in the S&P high was 69.39.75, and the low was 68.66.75. And if you look at it, we've spent more time in that range, and we're already, second week of February, and they just can't get away from where that first day of the year's range was, which is pretty interesting again, which means you never know, Selma. You might get that price that you talked about. We've traded through it so much. We said it earlier. Whenever you don't think it could happen, not only will it happen, it'll happen 5 days in a row. So who knows?
I will say, though, I am a little bit skeptical because Tracy was mentioning it this morning, how like Goldman Sachs came out and said that they're still going to be selling this week. And it's like, well, why are you telling us that, right? Like,
Exactly.
I don't believe you at all. So,
Sure.
yeah, I don't know. I feel like anytime these like banks speak about anything, it's just like a major trap for retail. So I am very, very cautious this week. Watch them like rip us into new all-time highs. And it's like, well, Goldman, what'd you just say earlier this week?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They love
Wouldn't
leading
surprise
you
me.
to. Yeah. No, me neither. All right. Well, I'll leave it to you two ladies. Like we said earlier, this is the place to be. Everybody in chat, show some love for the girls here. Hit like and subscribe. We're at 182,000 now, on the way to 200,000. Like we said, going to be doing a lot of giveaways and stuff here on the network. We appreciate all of you here in chat. Have a good trading day, ladies. I'll be watching.
Thank you, Bailey. What's up, Tanya?
Hello, hello.
How you
Are you
doing?
looking fresh today?
Thanks. I just like to get up early and just like, get ready for my day, and then that way I don't have to worry about it again. If I
Okay.
want to leave the house, I can just leave and not have to worry like, all right, you gotta get
Yeah,
ready again.
yeah, for sure.
Sets
But have you
the
been leaving the
tone.
house? It's been cold.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not in love with this weather, but it's not keeping me inside, that's for sure. That is for sure. To be fair though, Tanya, like I go from my house to my car and then from my
Yeah.
car to wherever I gotta go. So it's minimal time outside. That's why I don't know how New Yorkers walk everywhere. Freaking freeze.
Yeah, yeah. You know what this is? Hand
Wait, wait,
warmer.
wait. Oh, hand warmers, yeah.
That you
You
could
just
do.
have that in your office?
Now I do. Yeah, because I was using them outside quite a bit. I'm like, you know what? Let me have one just here. It's like comforting too. It's like it's nice. My hands get cold pretty easily anyway, you know?
Me too, actually. I have my space heater on right now. It's
These are lifesaver for sure. All right.
yeah.
Yeah, I like your short idea. I'm
Thank you. I
not
think we just need to lose this area here. This fib level is just like where
yeah.
we keep, holding on to.
Yeah, I like how we look on the hourly, like the rejection, um,
Yep.
essentially. And now we're fading a bit lower. I think, yeah, I think we can get lower. Be
This
nice.
is like the first week, I think in like 3 weeks, where we aren't gapping down for Globex, and then by Monday morning we start ripping and recovering that drop. This is the first week since we've been on together that they
Yeah,
haven't done this. They've changed
exactly.
up their MO, chat.
They had it, yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like typically it's exactly what ends up happening. We're gapping down and then Monday just rips like back up into it. So today we have a gap up and we already filled it back lower.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Um,
excited to see what happens today.
it'll be nice to see a fast move to the downside. Like, yeah, we've gotten those fast moves to the upside. So we'll see what happens when they open the gates at 9:30. But you're already in the trade. Do you often take a trade before 9:30?
Not too often. Sometimes, like it depends. Like this setup for me was, really good. I wanted to take it, especially because, I am green from overnight, so it almost takes a little bit of pressure off. Where, if I
Oh
do
yeah.
hit my stop, then whatever, it's just a little bit of the profit being risked. But yeah, I tried to stay away, and even when we're on stream together, I like to wait till that 4-hour candle close at 10 a.m. But again, I
If it
see a
looks
setup.
good, you take it.
Yeah.
I don't restrict myself too much either. Um, we'll see if I end up taking something soon as well. Hmm. Nasdaq is down 0.4%. ES is down 0.28%. Okay, cool. Hmm.
It's gonna be an interesting
How
week
was
though.
yeah, Thursday and fr Friday looked like a ripper. Yeah.
Friday hated my life.
Why would happen?
Nothing. It was just like
It ripped up without you.
I had a 2-hour conversation with Pax just because I was in disbelief with the price action on Friday. Yeah, I was not expecting that. I was expecting some type of buying. I was not expecting that kind of buying. So, I feel like it's very rare that you see negative gamma working for the
Yeah.
upside. Like it's usually for the downside. And so yeah, I was short biased the entire day. So I kept looking to short. And I
Hmm.
would there would be a setup that looked really, really good that I would take on any other day. And so I would enter it, immediately get stopped out. Then I'd see the same setup and I'm like, okay, this has got to be it. So it was some rookie mistakes on Friday where instead of me looking for a retest for longs, I just had no faith in the bulls and I was looking for entries on shorts. And that was like definitely where I messed up. But yeah, it does happen. But I mean, it's good for the bulls, right? Like we swept a very, very important level and then they showed up and we never came back down there again. So yeah, if anyone was bullish on Friday, kudos to you. I completely was fighting the trend. And, I have no problem admitting that either. It is what it is. Happens. Hopefully we can make sure it doesn't happen again, right? So that is my goal moving forward. And yeah, like usually I always say, I have the 9 EMA on my chart. And 9 EMA is really, really key for trend days. And I don't know why I just didn't think like let me enter longs on any retest in a 9 EMA. If you did that on Friday, at any point you would have made money. And I just didn't do it. Did you trade Friday?
No, I had a couple like personal things Thursday, Friday to do. Now I'm back, so
Oh, okay, yeah.
can't wait. I'm excited to get back into things, but yeah, I remember. Yeah, I had shorts for the sell-off.
That's good.
I believe, yeah, and then we kind of hit my targets there. And then I was like, okay, I don't know. Like anyway, I had other things. Thursday, Friday, now I'm back, but we did pop back up, and I was like, I'm kind of surprised how much ES came back up. Damn.
I mean, the move is
Yeah.
insane. Like it really, really was crazy, and I just doubted, and that was my issues. I doubted.
It's hard. This market,
Yeah.
still a weekly. It's like just so much back and forth for many weeks, and even this upper wick where we really unstayed. Yeah, we just keep wicking when we do have moves. So like I like to say, the wicks be wicking. I would love to see like a pull, like a retracement all the way back to like 2300s for NASDAQ, but we really just don't have so much like continuation at all. So gotta just play the ranges.
Yeah.
Just not the smoothest move. Yeah. So today we don't really have any high impact news either. So like a typical Monday. I saw CPI is on Friday this week, actually.
Yeah, it's gonna be a weird week with the data. Craig was saying that's because of like, we had that partial shutdown of the government.
Yeah,
So that
yeah.
kind of
They're
like
delayed.
messes things up.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a wild, interesting week we have ahead. Tomorrow we have 8:30 a.m., Wednesday 8:30 a.m., Thursday, yeah, we have unemployment claims and CPI on Friday.
We have non-farm on Wednesday, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be
on
super
Wednesday.
important. That'll be important.
Right, that all got delayed. Okay, so it wasn't this Friday. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Great.
Let's see what chat
So
is
used to
saying.
NFP being a Friday.
What is it?
I'm so used to NFP to being on a Friday.
Me
so that'd be
too. Me
crazy.
too. NFP, I'm very, very, very cautious of.
Yeah, it is a tougher day. I like CPI days better.
CPI, PPI, NFP, FOMC, all are days where I need to just sit back and watch and not necessarily trade. Those are like, I'm just very conscientious of the fact that those are tougher days for me.
Yeah. Let's see. Chat says that they're 42% bullish, 33% bearish, and 26% neutral.
Please don't let this be a neutral day. Please give us some moves. Let it be neutral, but give us moves. Let's see. Ketchup says ES closed pretty strong last week. I bet it sees all-time highs this week. Would be hilarious. I would have to agree and say it would be hilarious just because, you have Goldman Sachs warning that selling is not over.
Uh-oh.
And if we do end up like hitting all-time highs, like it would just prove that retail needs to not take into account anything these like, you know, anything these whatever, like they
The big
I don't
banks
know.
are saying.
Yeah, like we shouldn't even listen to them. They're trying to trap us.
For sure.
It's a trap. Yeah, fly it here. It's a good thing to know what you're not good at. You know, knowing what days you need to stay away and what days you need to like apply pressure, super important in this market.
Yeah, your strengths and weaknesses. For sure.
Yeah. But like, you know, I will say that and then I sometimes will catch myself taking a trade and then I think to myself, why did I just do that? So hopefully like I need to just say what I say and stick to it and just be more strict. But we're trying to sell off here, yes.
Yeah, looks
Well,
like that was a pretty big dump there from NASDAQ. We just dumped like 30 points in a minute. Yeah,
yep.
looks like your shorts are working out so far.
I would love to see us close below this 934 level.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll probably, if we do that, I will try to start, you know, trailing down my stop and trailing my TP too, depending on how fast this move gets. Fly it here says I would be a billionaire if I did what I say. Yep, makes two of us.
Billionaire.
Makes two of us. I would be a lot richer. Yeah, no, it's okay. Leaving the stop where it is. I'm very content. If I get stopped out on this trade, very content with that. I don't want it to be like a wild open where they like
Yeah,
wick it up. I get stopped out, break even, and then they push it down. I'm okay with. I need this high to be protected.
yeah,
Um,
I like that high as well.
yeah, so
Keep
I'm
Marley
good.
high. No?
I wish for my overnight trade I wasn't such a scaredy cat. I wish because I did want this to be my TP, this fib level that I have. But I'm like, no, I shouldn't be greedy for another 10 points or whatever it was, like 15 points. I should just get out. Don't you hate when you talk sense into yourself? Joking. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah. I appreciate it. Let's see. We got 8 minutes here till the open.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
gonna be
Alex, I am short.
interesting.
I am short. You'll see it right here.
Where's this
You'll see
4 hour look like? Yeah. At 4 hour, we have so much FEGs below us. So, I wouldn't be surprised. We just keep getting retracements back into the range. So why couldn't we get back to the middle of this 4 hour pop up?
what would that be? On
The
NQ.
base on ES would be 6865.75.
I would love that. I would love that.
Yeah, on NASDAQ would be 24,793. Yeah.
68, 65 is that January 2nd low.
Mm-hmm.
The super important level. Um Z Motor Pro wants to know, why do we both use a different platform for trading and not NinjaTrader? Isn't this a NinjaTrader channel? It is a NinjaTrader channel. I don't know about Tanya, but I'm on an Apple product, and unfortunately, I can't use NinjaTrader on my MacBook. So I connect my Tradeovate to my trading view and trade this way. Parallels would be just too slow.
On your Mac, parallels, yeah.
Yeah. I've heard people saying that it
You have
like
if
creates
you
lag.
have a lot of applications open, probably with like Zoom, especially if you're
Yeah.
on
I mean,
the live stream and such.
right. JB, there are traders that do use NinjaTrader.
I use the
Um,
NinjaTrader for my executions because it's just faster executions. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's Leo uses it, Jack uses it, XY, a lot of them use it. It's just
But yeah, no, I'm working with the NinjaTrader teams to basically make charting a little bit better for my workflow and other people's workflows as well. So like I would rather have both of them on one app. So yeah. But when I execute, I'm always on the NinjaTrader, you'll see. It's just faster. I see the fills. I don't know about you, but I can't stand it. I notice on TradingView if I ever trade on TradingView, there's like a millisecond of a lag between when I hit like my enter my order and when it shows my fill. Sometimes it's long. Sometimes it's a second lag, and I'm like, that's nah. I'm not dealing with that.
I never noticed, no.
Okay. I'm more
No.
particular, I suppose. The yeah, we're fading lower. Looks good. Let's see what Nasdaq's doing here. I think I like this 2 minute. I'll just continue following this on the 2. Hmm. Came back down into here. I would like us to at the open, maybe if we could fail previous month low on Nasdaq, 25,025. Then we can get lower.
I finally started throwing some levels on my NQ chart, and they've been working well, so should
Oh yeah,
probably
maybe we'll get her to come over to the Nasdaq side. Come over to the
No,
dark
I did it.
side. We have cookies.
We have cookies. Like that doesn't sound scary as hell.
Yeah, do you ever see those t-shirts, or are you too young for that? You're like everyone had like come to the dark side, we have cookies.
No, I never seen those. But I'd be scared. I wouldn't even
People in
want to
the
show
chat know
up.
what I'm talking about for sure. No, come to Nasdaq's more fun. She's toxic, but she's more fun.
I traded her on live the other day and everyone was freaking out. Were you on live with me that day? I don't think so, because you probably would have said something.
For what? Which day? Oh,
I
when
don't
you're on,
remember which
when
day,
you're
but I
trading
was on
Nasdaq?
yeah, I came on stream and I was in a NASDAQ position. Everybody was like, Salma's trading NQ. The water is warm, Salma Leah.
You
What does
were
that even mean?
yeah, come on in. But you've been trading it for like the challenges and such.
Oh
So
yeah,
what's
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
difference? You've been getting your feet wet again.
I don't know. I'm not in love with NQ.
Have you been trading any of the metals? I just saw some prop firms also
I think
decide to
most
limit some
props, I think mo
metals.
I think most props just halted trading on them. Or if I'm not mistaken, they're just allowing like a certain amount of micros. I know the
Some of them
opinion.
just banned them. Some of them did not.
I know the opinion on like FinTwit is very split. Like some people are okay with it, some people are hating on it, but I don't necessarily see it as such a bad thing. Like it's fine. You can trade something else. You don't need to be trading the metals. Larry just bought a Mac and really wants to run NinjaTrader on it. Do I have any suggestions? I think you can use parallels.
You can use parallels, or you can you can use the web version of NinjaTrader.
Yeah, but I think
The
like
web.
having the app just gives you so much more like access to many more things.
Yeah. But essentially, yeah, that's what I did do on my Mac. You could get parallels, which allows you to run Windows. Let's
So
see.
lame. They're buying it up again here at this 934 level. Don't do that to me.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this is gonna open. I just hope we don't chop around. The
I mean,
famous last
recently,
words. Hopefully I didn't just jinx it.
recently it's been very large open ranges, so I'm hoping we don't get a large opening range. I don't want it to like push 15 points, stop me out, and then come back down or whatever. Let's see.
Don't jinx it. No, I mean, sometimes it'd be like that. Okay, let's see. Um, yeah, Nasdaq, I want it to get back below previous monthly low.
Let's see. Yeah, it's just been clinging on to that 26 level. And Q.
Keeps holding on. Did you say that you do Pilates every day, by the way, or did I hear that wrong?
No, not every day,
Okay, good.
but
I'm
most of
pretty
the
sure
days.
Anthony does Pilates every day.
Wait, Deli does Pilates?
I saw his Pilates studio. It's kind of crazy. So really good.
Wait. Deli, if you're still here, we need to talk later.
You know he's watching.
No, I don't think he is.
I mean,
But you know,
that's
I
also
would.
smart if you're, yeah, you know. Being a guy in a Pilates class isn't a bad idea.
Well, apparently, like a lot of guys do it. I go to an all-women studio.
I honestly haven't seen, I've gone to a couple of classes. All right, let's see here. 9:30 open. We're dropping right now.
Here we go. Well, we just created a gap. There is a gap to the upside on both ES and NQ if you're looking at RTH. See.
Dumperoni. Right.
Dumperoni. I like that. Dump it.
Oh my gosh. Bam.
Please pay me.
Dang, dang.
Please. Please pay the trader. My dog does Pilates.
Your dog?
Somebody in the chat said that.
I feel like that's a good username. If
Let me see. Oh my God. This is great.
the open,
Yeah.
we really just dropped. Oh my gosh, 100 points on the Nasdaq.
Tanya, I don't mind
Isn't
a
that
wide.
nice when you're in a short or and it like does that?
Wait. I don't mind a wide opening range if it's to the downside. That's great. I'm gonna mark the first 30 seconds. That OR. Here we go. Yeah, see, I don't love this wick. Like, what are we doing? Chris
Yeah.
Fisher says, "Damn, Salma, aren't you brave?" I
She's a
guess
brave cookie.
I gotta give the people what they want to see.
Exactly.
That's it. Are we on together again this week, Tanya?
No clue. We'll
No
look
clue.
after.
No, you're not on for Thursday with me.
I typically do Wednesday,
Oh,
like once every like 2 weeks.
Okay, yeah. Gonna miss you this week. Oh, thanks, yacht. Carlos, why don't you protect your trade? Because obviously the open is volatile. I want to give my trade a little bit of breathing room. This is the stop that I had when I first entered. Completely okay with getting stopped out here. Ideally, you know, if I'm short, I want this high. So off of the hourly, if you guys are watching, ideally, I want this high to be a protected high. I don't want price to retrace back here. So I'm comfortable with my stop being here if, you know, I'm confident in my trade. So we shall see. I did say, though, that if we start to push lower, I will move my stop, and then I will also move my TP. I'll trail both. For now, though, we wait and see.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie though,
Um,
this is a nasty candle. Don't love
I'm
it.
waiting and see that the Nasdaq took out the 530 low and ES paused right before, so I'll hold off for a little bit before I take anything.
Yeah, fly it there. Everybody's got their own techniques, their own strategies. What were you saying, Tanya? Sorry.
Yeah, I see Nasdaq took that 530 low at the open. ES paused right before that, didn't go take that yet. So it looks like we're we had that RTH gap. We're digging into that right now.
Is that a freaking bullish SMT there though?
That is, so that's why I'm like kind of pausing right now and not taking a short at the moment.
Oh, come on. ES has been doing this to me all week though. All of last week, just because it's been the stronger one. It's been a little bit tougher to short ES.
Yeah, it has been. Nasdaq like kind of fighting with its 930 open at the moment. What's ES doing? Yeah, it's above 930 open. Might dig into the 830, we'll see.
Oh. I mean, even there's divergence if you're looking at NQ, ES, 30-minute. You know, NQ's trying to drop, ES is pushing, which is annoying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love when we open up and there's divergence between the two because then it just makes things that much harder.
Annoying.
Annoying.
It's okay. Yeah.
Nick, you can say that again. Annoying.
Especially if it's like against your like bias or yeah. That's where
Yeah.
it's annoying. Oh, Nvidia's pumping a bit. Kind of mixed in the just take a look at the heat map sometimes and looks really mixed. Nvidia's up 1%, Apple down 1.5, Amazon down 3% right now. Meta, Google, Microsoft all like slightly green or flat.
Need Apple to push us lower. Come on. Do your thing, Apple.
Yeah. Apple, yeah. Actually, what I typically see Apple in is like if the market's weak, Apple's a lot of times just hold strong.
Yeah, because it just like inverses the market. It never does what you want it to do, I swear. I swear to God. RTY helping you, Salma? Let's go. Finally, RTY is doing something in my favor. Yeah, let's see though. This divergence I really don't like.
Yeah.
ES though did
Me
just
neither.
fill it did basically fill its gap. Holy moly, this push. Let's see. We do have NQ fills its gap at 122. Still very far away from that.
Yeah. Yeah, we're about 50 points away from that, and I don't really like that. We're, above 930 right now for the bears, I mean, for the bear side of things. Yeah, the first drop that we had at the open, we're above that now, so that could be like a little fake out.
Yeah, let's see. NQ is still flat here. I've been Tanya, you'd be proud of me. I've been trying to be a little bit more conscientious of SMTs, being able to spot them, trying to spot them at least.
Yeah, I'm surprised that you knew what I said. That's a bullish SMT, and I was like, yeah, it is.
Yup. Are you
But I'm
proud?
not taking this short. Yeah. And you can see from there, like, I talked about that a few minutes ago. We popped probably another 50 points higher since then. So this definitely helps.
Yeah, like how long though is this like SMT intact though? Is it just until, it gets invalidated? Like for example, like
Yeah.
would this be bullish if we just never come back down again, right? Like you would just I guess I don't know what I'm trying to ask, like how to
So
frame
like
my
the
question.
SMT what we look at is like, yeah, it's the beginnings of a reversal, essentially, like it's
Okay.
potentially tipping its hand to you that the reversal may begin soon, and then, well, then you take it to the opposite, your target. But it's not so helpful if I came in being bearish, right? So it kind of
Right.
just makes me more cautious of taking a trade right at the open.
Yeah, this is annoying.
Because then
Someone,
it feels like that. Like, for example, if I had just taken that short at the open, that would have been chasing, I would have gone stopped out, right? So that's what
right.
helps me out. Well, if we didn't take it out, then maybe I would have, waited for some reaction and try to short. But
Yeah,
essentially,
they better not stop me out here. Someone in the chat is asking, Tanya, is Salma your student?
no.
Guys, I mean, you want to teach me about ICT? Sure, I'm down. I am
She
down.
is passively learning. I'm rubbing off on her. You see, you guys,
Yeah.
passively learning some things. Yeah, the RTH gap open, we're pumping up. We're now very close to that in the Nasdaq. Yeah,
It's literally ES that's
good call
freaking
out.
pushing us up here. That's annoying.
Yeah,
All
RTH
right.
gap just filled. Oof.
Yep. There you go. 122 on NQ. But now can we start dropping, please, before I get tapped out?
Good. Find out.
Wow. NQ at previous week mid here. Yeah, Winston, I'm telling you, these banks be lying, dude. He said Goldman is secretly buying it up. Swear to God, if we trend
Yeah,
up
that was
this entire
Goldman,
week,
the Goldman fake out at the beginning.
it's a trap.
It's a
Freaking
trap.
trap.
It's a trap. Um, yeah, let's see here. I already don't like how we opened there. I prefer the Monday to be one direction.
Yeah, me too. They're gonna
I
probably
don't want to see this chop around like we said. But yeah, I want to see how this reacts here at these highs.
There you go. I'm tapped out of my short, unfortunately.
It's rough. So yeah, I'm gonna mark out this pre-market high for NASDAQ. Pre-market high. It was a good idea though, it's not about
It
short,
was
especially
until it wasn't.
short from yeah. Eh, I mean, is it really? It's still a good idea, just didn't work out.
Yeah. I mean, watch it work now that they swept that liquidity.
Pre-market high. I know. I'm kind of looking now to see if another SMT forms there. It'd be kind of
Yeah, I
crazy
see that. I see that.
all the time.
NQ
Yeah.
didn't sweep that 8 a.m. candle high. Is that a bearish SMT now?
If it keeps it intact, I'm not really focused on that happening yet because hasn't made a swing high yet there. I consider a
Okay.
swing high being 3 candles. Um, you know, it's potential if it comes back and starts showing us some red candles to the downside. I'm kind of interested to see if it does take it out, then maybe I'll have to just flip bullish.
Yeah, let's see. I did say if we do
Back at that
push.
830 high, 830 open NASDAQ. It's above it now. Retested it, it's above it. This 5 minute looks very bullish right now.
What a morning open, guys. It's only been 15 minutes into the market, and it feels like it's been much longer.
It hasn't even been 15 minutes yet, yeah.
That's
The range has been very,
crazy.
very large. Very large range, 200 points. I know it was like 100 points to the downside and then 200 points back up to the upside. Okay.
Yeah, my bias for the day will probably flip bullish once and if ES reclaims those November highs at like 69.70.
Okay.
We do that. And no shorts for me above that level.
I'm being cautious here as we're hanging around here in the gap from the Globex between so let's see what happens.
I see this bounce came from the 9 EMA and the 4-hour. Should have kept my eye on that. NQ looks like it wants to sweep that 8
Yep.
a.m. high.
Looks like it wants to take it. It
There
just
you
took it.
go. I do have this 161 level here as some sort of resistance for NQ. What's LFG mean? It means let's effing go. I want to curse on stream, but let's freaking go.
I think PAX is only allowed to do that on Fridays. Only
I've
PAX on Friday.
dropped some F-bombs accidentally a few times. I try to be
Yeah.
really cautious of not doing that. But yeah, that's what it means.
Here. 8:30. We have that SMT. We did break that pre-market high. It's looking more bullish now. I mean, don't love it. Don't love it, but might have to adjust here if we get back above. If we break like another swing high.
Is that an edge alert?
Mm-hmm.
Crude oil futures are making new session highs.
Ooh, crude oil. I don't think I've ever traded crude oil actually.
I might have once or twice. Anthony keeps talking about crude being the next trade.
I gotta start paying attention.
Honestly, I recommend everybody to tune into the morning show. I learned so much.
I like listening to, Pharm and Anthony. It does.
I learned so much,
Oh.
even when I miss on news or when Craig is speaking about
And or Shy Girl about the macro and Craig as well.
Yep. So very informational. Whoa.
Yeah, I know, right? I just saw it.
Whoa. What the heck?
Feels scammy.
That
Man,
feels like
everything with this
news.
like, what the heck is this? It's like, these candles are crazy. 50.1-minute candles in the NASDAQ. Those always give me a headache because it's like, okay, so what? Am I supposed to have a 100-point stop now?
This is what I mean. This is why I don't trade NQ. At least with ES, it would be like a 10-point stop. I mean, that's still a lot, but
Yeah,
that
15 or 20 sometimes if in these higher markets. But yeah, I think it was typically 10 to 12. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I don't like to have super wide stops on the NASDAQ, but sometimes I've had like 60-point stop in wider range markets for sure.
yeah.
You just got to take a lot smaller size. But then, like you said, sometimes ES then you could take more size and make a better RR. Now what are we gonna do? We're above that pre-market high. You see how that pullback was crazy. Okay.
It was quick. Look, you blink and you miss it.
Yeah, Nasdaq's now above the new week opening gap, the gap from Globex. ES is in it, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, Nasdaq's actually a little bit stronger than ES right now, which is a good sign for the bulls, actually. Kind of want it to lead.
Yeah, we're pushing.
It's a good sign.
I don't really see anything here to take yet. We do have 10 more minutes on this 4-hour candle. It's an inside 4-hour if we don't take out the high soon, you know?
But inside, yeah.
An inside bar, yeah.
For ES, yeah, and then Nasdaq took out that 4-hour low actually, so that's where the
See.
SMT happened.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Yep, you're right. I mean, but on Q, I mean, we're really, really close. If it wants to take out that high too.
mhm.
Let's see. I'd love for it not to though. Kimberly, I like the 15, 30-minute time frames. Those work best for the setups that I like to look for. And then on trend days, 5-minute typically, because you know there's really nothing to see usually on the higher time frames. What about you, Tanya? What are your what time frames do you live on?
Do I live on? I mean, if I would
Yeah.
only trade if I could only trade like three different time frames, it'd be 4 hour, 15, and the like 1 minute.
Yeah,
I
I
would
mean, I
just
like
use
the four
those
hour
three.
too.
Yeah. 4 hours slept on. No, it's
Yeah,
not. A lot of people use 4 hour, but
four
hourly.
hours is like what I look at when, you know, in the morning when I'm trying to see, okay, what's the bigger picture? What's the market trying to
Yeah.
tell me here?
Yeah, exactly. Always always pre-market.
Yeah. JB, thank you. Yeah, that's the type of trader I am. I'm really like I know I'm not a great scalper. I'm someone who likes to get in and I like to hold for my TP. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then I get stopped out. It is what it is. But yeah, I've never really been someone who can just get in and get out. I like to just hold for those moves. But it's tough in this type of market too, being that type of trader because, you know, as you've seen in the past couple weeks, we haven't really gotten too many follow-throughs, which
No.
makes it really hard. You know, like I'm someone like I play the chart. So if I'm seeing like TP being whatever, 10, 20, 30 points, I'm gonna hold for that.
Mm-hmm.
If it so
Totally.
happens to be, you know, something that's only 10 points, then yeah, I guess it would be a quicker trade for me, but just not my style. There you go. There's news. Tracy's putting it in the chat for anyone interested to read.
Read it out loud.
You read it out loud.
Sure. U.S. Murad gives advisory to ships navigating Hormuz Strait. Mexico oil shipments to Cuba halted at this moment. U.S. ships should stay as far as from Iran waters as possible, says Murad. All right.
Um, NQ is looking better, and I'm just speaking of how it looks right now, this second, right, guys? If we close somewhat like this, shorts do look better on NQ than ES, my opinion. Just the way that that candle is looking on NQ right now.
Yeah, if we go back lower, this is literally like annoying. It's just an annoying market because then it's
Stop me out for no
truly
reason.
like seek and destroy, just like gyration back and forth, you know.
Yep.
That's just gives me a headache. Okay, the Dow is actually has been bearish. The Dow has been giving more follow through than ES, yeah, and Nasdaq. Okay. Maybe I should
Yeah,
trade Dow.
do it. I think I'm gonna hang out on the higher time frames here. So far, looking at the 15, gonna wait probably wait until after 10 a.m. to take another trade.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, the Dow's stayed below 930 open, staying below it.
Let's see. Can't believe this. They stopped me out by 4 points just to drop it back down.
It's
Happens,
we're
chat.
getting. That's the kind of market we've been getting. Yeah, it's just getting it.
Yep.
It doesn't smoothly go down. Unfortunately, yeah, we take it out, then we could take out the high that made the low. It's crazy. Take out a low, take out the high that made the low, take out another low. It's not. Yeah, for sure. It's been a little bit of a yucky market in that sense.
I don't love it.
Let's see. Right now, I'm pretty neutral. I can see it going either way. Let me see on the 5. Yeah, it's like Nasdaq made a 5-minute bullish FEG. As long as it stays above it, and then I could see us making another high. Yes, as well. We'll see how it reacts. So
This is ugly right now.
Yeah, that's definitely correct.
Yeah, I don't see anything here yet. It's basically chop. The wicks are wicking, Tanya. The wicks do be wicking. Will619 says this is an easy read, guys. Okay, so tell us, what do you think is going to happen in the market?
All right. Let's find out. Indices.
Easy read, lol. Oh, God. Sometimes you guys crack me up. All right, we are holding the 5-minute 9 EMA, which I guess is good for those who are long bias. Again, the 15-minute on NQ, though, is looking dicey. This is not looking the best, in my opinion. Cool down, Dave. The easy read to me is flatten out and go do housework. I hear you. It's a nasty wick on the 5-minute.
Yeah, we gotta see. I mean, I just don't like rangy trades. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't love this. Almost dropped my phone on me.
I'm watching YM at the same time. I want to see what happens in the next 5-minute candle closes.
Is it looking cleaner?
Yeah, it's bounced a little. It's a retracing right now, but it basically is a lot cleaner since the open. Yeah.
Yeah, defined. I have to agree with you. I'm not seeing direction just yet. I'm still leaning bearish, but we'll see if they prove me wrong.
Yeah, well, yeah, Nvidia's up 3% right now. Nvidia's definitely holding the market up.
I hate
Apple's
when Nvidia does
Apple's
that.
yeah.
I really
That's why I
do.
can't wait until like they approve futures for individual stocks. Like I would
Is that
love to
something
just
that's
trade
being talked
Nvidia.
about?
It needs to still get approved, but yeah, that is a thing that
Oh, wow.
could happen for sure down the line.
I don't even know how that would work.
Same way like futures works basically.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't touch them. That's all I'm gonna say. I hate Nvidia. All right, NQ 15 minute is looking interesting. Let's see. Well, the 5 minutes telling me something else. I don't know.
And we're just consolidating the past few minutes, so it's hard to tell
I
right.
set a limit at 150 for 2 micro short. It looks like it could just drop without me. On NQ. Might be trading NQ,
Wow.
Tanya. It just looks better on the 15 minute than ES does. At least from what it's looking like right now. Guys, while we wait for the market to do something, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. We're going to be doing something huge for 200K subs.
Yeah.
How many people are watching the stream right now? Let's see. We have almost 1,500 people watching and only 200 likes. The ratio is not making sense, guys. It's really not. Let's get those likes up. Those are rookie numbers.
For sure.
I was given mission control.
Gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
There you go.
They're
Just
like
trying to set them up.
prepared.
All right, I failed on my short on NQ. Let's see. I do have stops at the highs of that 15-minute candle at 189. Wide stops, but I'm in really, really small. I'm going to go ahead and target previous month's low at 27 on NQ. Let's see if we get it. It's 100 points from here. Logan says, I have already liked it. I have auto like on because you're real. Because you're a real one. All right, guys, we're up 50 points on this short here.
Amazing. I think I might end up taking YM shorts soon.
Do it if the setup is there. Hell yeah.
I'm waiting for
We
this,
could.
the next candle to close right now.
Let me see the 4 hour. How did the 4 hour close? Blah. Looks mid at best. But if we can lose 100 on NQ, that would be lovely. Yo, mama, what does making the charts come alive mean? Tell me so I
I
can
don't
do
know
it.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Make the charts come alive. They will like.
What?
I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Hmm.
This back and forth here is
Kind of just waiting
nasty.
for like a down close candle in YM. So not in it yet. Kind of waiting for it to reject. I don't like how that looks. All right.
Still, we're doing nothing. YouTube chat for me is not popping up.
Yeah, I see like this is I'm just kind of waiting for the rejection and just it's not giving it.
Wow. Dude, what is going on today?
I don't know.
Yeah, if this is how today's gonna be like, probably this might be my last trade. Not gonna keep forcing it.
It's definitely digging deep, yeah.
Trading only 7. I only trade micros, so that would be MNQ. Yeah, this is done. I'm done. I'm not gonna keep trying to short this. Setups look valid, looks good, and then they just come in with extreme power. Being
Yeah, I'll put
super
an alert
powerful
if the
here.
YM comes back down. Doesn't look like it though, so put an alert so I'll like continue to watch. But go back to NASDAQ right now. Let's see.
I mean, even if you wanted to enter longs, I don't see the setup for longs like on this candle. I don't know if I'm just missing something, but
Let me see. Yeah, I like that we on the NASDAQ we did end up in the 5 minute like wick into that 5 minute FEG. And we're breaking another high. I'll be watching out for maybe longs, we'll see.
yeah, I would want to see us reclaim November highs a little bit, 10 points from here on ES. And then, I'll start to look for longs if opportunity presents itself. But for now, I'm just sitting tight, not seeing anything. So congrats to anyone who was long. GG.
Okay, let me take a look at this. All right.
We are at the weekly open on ES. Wait, yeah. You still watching YM?
No, I just put alert if it does come back lower. I'm kind of more interested in taking a potential maybe NASDAQ long.
All right, I like it. All right, we are seeing. Someone in the chat requested that. You ask and you shall receive. We are seeing, I mean, before this candle just opened up, we were seeing a little bit of selling come in at that weekly open. See what they do here on ES.
Do the stock heat map. Hmm.
There's still nothing.
Yeah, for the Dow, like I said earlier, the NVIDIA is leading right now in the market, and NVIDIA is a big part of the Dow, so kind of not holding, waiting for that. If it comes back below like 50,033, maybe I'd be interested, but right now I'm kind of have like my limits in for NASDAQ to see if it wants to go higher.
I mean, NQ
I
is
don't
almost
want to
at.
chase, so I pretty much have my fill down all the way down here if it wants to come back.
Yeah, you want to see what NQ does at previous day high at 222 or like 221. L. Trunson Waterman asks, do you guys set your TPs based on where you think your idea will play out or just based on how much you risked? For me, it's based on the chart. Doesn't matter if it's 5 points or 50 points. Whatever the chart is telling me, that's where I will set my TP.
Yeah.
Same with stop loss.
Based on
like-
structure. My stop loss is based on structure, and then I just calculate it, how many points I'll need to stop on something, and then I'll take less from there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
What's a 5 minute on NQ looking like? Nothing. ES 4 hour did break to the upside. We did break out the high of the previous 4 hour candle.
Mm-hmm.
Guess it's good for the bulls. Stalled here at the weekly open. Yes, very bullish on the hourly. Let me see. I mean, yeah, I guess. Kind of looks like a cup here. Not the best looking cup, but looks like a cup. Do we get the handle though? Probably not. Here's NQ at previous day high. It's kind of just wicked it. Hasn't swept it yet.
Yeah, good point.
There it is. There's a sweep. Nice. So yeah, if you are bullish, you are seeing exactly what you would want to see happening. Mr. Market, I'm more than happy to sit here and miss this trade. I don't see a reason to be long, so that is exactly why I'm not long. I honestly don't feel any FOMO right now. If I did, I'd be the first to admit.
Well, I am also just inverted on the 15-minute to the upside, so there's no short there either. So, looks like it doesn't want to retrace to my limit fill for the NASDAQ. I'm okay with that.
What's your limit fill?
It was down like 160s. It came to 170 or something like that. Or let me see it.
Yeah.
Actually, I think my original limit fill, yeah, it was here, 160 or 153 at first. So, it's fine. Came to 175, I think. Just don't want to, rather
ES
not.
at previous day high as
Yes.
well. Yeah, market's moving weird. Telling you guys it would be hilarious if we just keep pushing up all week. Goldman Sachs setting everyone up. What are
For
you laughing
sure.
at? Oh,
Your
yeah.
comment about Goldman Sachs setting everybody
5
up,
minutes
that's kind of
later,
funny.
Tanja. She's locked in, guys.
Oh, yeah, you got to be locked in. Yeah, so now I'm just gonna basically drag this higher.
Yeah, we're almost at November highs on ES. Just a couple points away. Daily candles, a massive doji. Oh, I
What
see
else is
that.
new?
What'd you say?
What I said, what else is new?
I mean, it does look really good. Like, that's interesting.
On ES, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see. Let's see though. It's got a long time till market closes. A lot can happen. But I will definitely keep an eye on that now that someone pointed that out in the chat. I mean, I use volume, but not not really. Like it doesn't have any bearing on my trades. I just have it to see it there. So 69, 64. There you go. There's November highs on ES again. Damn, this market is resilient.
For sure.
I'm gonna mark the overnight high so that when we do get up here, I have a level. It's 10 points away on ES. See what sellers do here. Anything above November highs, though, it's just like at that point you are definitely fighting the trend.
Yep. Not really many deep retracements here in the Nasdaq since that pop up on around 10. That hourly closed on the Nasdaq, actually, kind of a wild hourly close here. Yeah. Okay.
Tanya, this is how Friday was like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this was exactly what it felt like. Like not seeing really any entries on longs, like, something that really screams out at you, telling you to get long. And then the setups that you do see for shorts are just getting invalidated. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. Hmm.
yeah, I'm definitely gonna be hanging out on the higher time frames today. YM and RTY are leading. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, ES just hit the London high, the 3 a.m. high. Okay. That's not too bad.
Yeah, ES right now just sandwiched between November highs and previous day high. Just, this is key area for the sellers if they want to step in here. If not, then I don't really have any resistance up top once we take out, the overnight highs. We could keep pushing to December highs if they wanted to. which is another 30 points from here on ES.
Yeah. I think that I'll have my, in case we come back lower below that low on 170s, I'd be interested in taking longs for upside again for NASDAQ. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I
let's
have my
see.
limit fill there.
Let me see your screen. You have your limit where you said?
Below this low, actually, because I'd want to be the manipulation. If people have their stops too tight, I'll be buying their stops if so.
I got you. So around like 175.
Yeah, pretty much.
You see, I'm tempted to short this again. I might do it. All right, I'm in. Again, stops at the high of this candle. If they want to take me out, they can. This time, I will be a little bit more conservative with TP. We'll do somewhere between the 9 EMA and the weekly open. Just literally going for about like 5 points or so. Nothing too crazy. I love when you guys say don't short, because that's usually when like sellers step in really, really hard. The many times that chat has told me not to short, we've gotten just a knife through. So I do love when they say that. No, so MEA depends. Right now, I don't see a reason to look at the 15-minute just because this, the 5-minute gave me the setup that I would be looking for on the 15. So let's see.
I'm
Let's
about to
see.
get filled soon for my longs, actually.
Yep. I just literally want just a quick, nothing too crazy, quick little scalp if they can push us a little bit lower. It's not beautiful until TP hits, but thank you. Appreciate that, or mid enjoyer. Trying not to look for, trying not to ask too much of the sellers. But yeah, we'll see. Buyers keep stepping in at the weekly open. I'm gonna bring down stop loss at break even. Our mid enjoyer says, I'm from the future. I already saw it hit. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. Never fade Tanya. Yeah, I mean,
No, I think that you're like you're fine. Even if I entered ES at my TP would my stop loss would be below
you
your
didn't fill
TP.
yet, right?
No, I'm about to get filled here. I'm
Yeah,
filled now
so
here,
I think when you fill, I get TP.
pretty much. Let's
All
find
right.
out. All right,
Let's
I'm
go.
finally in a trade.
There
Let's
we go.
see if this works out, chat.
There we go. My TP
I
hit
just
on
like
that.
how it looks on the 5 and the 15. I do think that we could get a lot higher, so let's find out. Oh,
Yeah,
one.
I hope longs do work out for you now. Yeah, quick little 6 points, nothing too crazy, but yeah, this is where you want to see buyers come in at that 9 EMA. This is, we've been holding that all morning, basically 9 EMA, riding it up. So Tanya, your longs definitely
No,
can
let's
work.
find out.
Yeah.
Find out. I like that it's in this 5-minute. And that 5 minute, there's 2 5 minutes stacked right now. I took it and I just simply just took the fib and then it's like 50%, good enough for me. I like that. I'd be buying some stops here. Some people are trailing just too tightly, so I like the look of that. And
I
we'll find
like how chat calls me Jersey. Someone said nice short Jersey. Thanks. Can we call Tanya New York?
Why not? $263.75 is where I'd want us to go to next. All right. $236. Yeah. I'm honestly looking at this like, okay, I probably could have even a tighter stop on this, but it's fine. I'll probably put it here.
No, I like your trade. It's
Put a little bit tighter stop. It's fine because I'm just looking at where it would fail, right? It's be like this inversion would fail, this FEG, that FEG, and this like order block 50% and a bunch of other um levels like midnight open, 8:30 open. Yeah, we're back above midnight open, which looks good. So far, a pretty good fill on that.
Are you targeting new highs?
Can't complain. Yeah,
Nice.
up
It looks good.
40 points right away. Looks good to me.
Yep, this ES is just
It's a nice
so damn
pump.
strong. Yeah. It's a great entry.
That's actually a good feeling. Yeah, when you get in the trade and then it pumps 50 points in 3 minutes. How nice is that?
Yeah,
That's
that's
right. It's just
awesome.
that, yeah, you got out of your trade, right? You took your TP when I got filled.
Yeah, it worked out perfectly.
There you go. So we weren't fading each other.
No,
Just
see,
waiting.
chat.
It was
This
It
is
was actually perfectly in tandem. She was shorting to my long.
yeah, this is what I mean though. Like you can have a short workout. I mean, again, I saw something set up. I wasn't looking for too much out of it. Got something out of it, right? Like I hit my target, got out, and now Tanya's trade can work out. You could still have two trades work out at the same time. Please don't freak out. Um, I don't like that NQ is not making new highs here though.
I think it's okay.
'Cause
Like give it time. It just pumped 50, it just pumped like 50 points.
Ah, it's gotta do
In
more.
one
It's gotta do
candle.
more.
I think it's all right. Then
Yes,
ES
did.
made a new high.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I say that.
Uh, yeah, I think then honestly, I could trail my stop. I mean, I definitely think that that was the sniper fill entry.
GG. It was great.
Let's see if it works out. What does chat think? Let me know.
Chad thinks Salma's getting trapped in the idea that the market has to move quickly always. Well, I mean, you have ES making new highs and Q still lagging behind. So I think that's a valid thought.
Yeah.
Jacob, thank you. Thank you. Good stuff. Good job.
This looks good.
Someone's asking for us to show chart symbols so that they know what chart we're on. Guys, I'm typically,
MenthorQ. You can see it,
yeah,
right?
you can't see mine just because it cuts off on the stream. But you just know I always trade ES for the most part, unless, I will say if I'm trading something else. If you're unsure, you can always ask in the chat too. Be more than happy to answer that. Do you think we sweep those highs overnight?
Yeah. Looks like it's
I'm
heading
seeing,
there. Looks like,
yeah.
the Dow is heading back to midnight open soon too. So I'm happy that, you know, didn't really go too early. Didn't jump the gun there, waited. Yeah.
Good trade.
Yeah. We'll see. Trade's not over yet, but should be fine. It's always a good look when you're up right away after your entry. It's always a good feeling.
It's the best feeling.
Yeah.
This is single-handedly the best feeling.
$63.75 is where I want it to go to.
I have for NQ, I mean, again, I don't really have my own levels marked too much on NQ, but the current year mid is at 294.
Yeah, I think
We're
we could
not,
definitely end up higher. We'd probably end up taking,
yeah.
that high from Sunday.
Oh yeah, I didn't even look to see the overnight high for
From the
NQ.
overnight high, I mean, yeah.
347.
And here ES is pumping close to that overnight high.
Yeah. For anyone in ES, you would want to target like 80. NQ did just make a new high. Good
Here we
stuff.
are. TP hit. Let's go. W in the chat. Woohoo.
Let's
W
go.
for staying patient.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Yeah, that was a very satisfying fill, so I like that. Bought stop losses there and then took it to the next buy side that I had marked out.
The people want to see the money gun, Tanya.
Yeah, really. And then here, yeah, those that are asking, I took this swing high here and I saw that on the 15-minute. There's a bearish FEG that was never tapped into. So essentially, I think that that's a liquidity void, a magnet for price to go to. It's a high and a like unfilled imbalance above it. So that's why I targeted that.
That was a great trade.
Cool. Someone said too perfect. Sometimes that's nice when it's perfect like that. Can't complain. Doesn't happen often. Money gun with pennies, that's funny. Bring out the gat. Oh man, for you. Sure, you guys are demanding.
She's got it right next to her. That's hilarious.
Yeah, they're so demanding. Where's the money at? What even is it? Let me see. Oh, here it is. Gotta load it first. All right.
That's gonna be
Trade's
so
over.
annoying to clean up, right?
Yeah, I'm very calm, I'm very chill when I'm in the trade. I'm just very focused, you guys. Okay. All right. Load them up, load them up. That in jam. All right, cool. All right, who wants it, you guys? Who wants it? Let's go. Money gun go burr.
That's freaking awesome.
Woo! All right. Hit that like button in the chat. You saw it here. Sniped the entry, went straight to TP and brought out the money gun for you guys. The things we do for you, Things I do for the chat. Now I have a huge mess in front of me, but it's all right. Day in the life,
Now she's got to clean that up.
I know. Exactly. It's the most annoying part, but it's okay. I have two actually. I have to put batteries in the other one. It would be cool to have do a double one. I've got another one here, right here. It says make it rain.
That is so funny. I didn't even know those things exist.
Now you know. The more you know. Okay, who in the chat also took longs? Let us know. Who took this similar trade as me?
Guys, we should pump those likes up for Tanya's trade and Tanya's money gun. We should have double the likes, honestly.
You
got to pump it up. You
Pretty
really
much
do gotta
sniper,
pump it
exit
up.
and entry, exit and entry. Yeah, pretty good. Very happy with that.
Yeah, good
Can't
stuff.
complain. Can't complain. Where is it? Yeah.
For some reason, I need to pull up the YouTube chat on my phone. It's not working on my laptop. Oh,
Haters will
Neil,
say
thank you.
fake. Haters will say it was hindsight. Okay, no, good.
Haters will
But I
always
saw
say
some people
something,
hating on
Tanya.
ICT concepts in the chat in the morning, and I was like, whatever, bro.
And if it works and it's
Say
making
it
you
doesn't say
money,
it.
who cares what people think?
I don't care if I'm making money. Whatever makes you money. You won't see me hating on someone else's strategy. I'm just focused on my own. All right, let's go. That was good.
Damn, you guys heard that, right? She
Woo-hoo.
said, anyone hating is not focused.
Yeah,
true, though.
it's true.
It's true. The hate always comes from below, never from above.
Well, no, it's fine. I don't care. Yeah, that was good. I'm happy with that trade. Given today was definitely a weird day, you guys, with the open. Definitely I came in wanting shorts and had to adjust.
Yeah, me too.
There was a couple, yeah. So the other entry for the longs was also on the 5 minute down here, but I honestly did not really trust it. Even though they both took out the pre-market high, they didn't make an SMT there. Like I still just maybe I also thought that the stop is just way too wide on the 5 to figure out what to do there. Yeah, so then just took the second entry. Boom, boom, boom.
Great trade.
Pretty good. Not bad for Monday. You just see me cleaning up now. So I gave you guys what you want. 'Cause it is distracting if you have a bunch of dollar bills on your desk. Okay. You're trying to looking at charts and you see just dollar bills all over it. Benjamins all over your desk. All right. Cool. Fun. Not every day is a money gun day. If you only bring it out when it's like very satisfying trade. A banger. Woohoo.
Yeah, that was great.
That was good.
Literally, as soon as you entered, that's when we got a huge candle up. Whereas, like, most of the day, it's been just small moves. Notice so far, though, we haven't had more than 2 red candles on the 5 minute. Yeah, sellers are like non-existent right now.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
ES is definitely teasing though because it still has yet to sweep the
That
overnight
overnight
highs.
high. Yeah.
Yeah, just wicked right before. Imagine they don't sweep it.
I don't know. Yeah. Maybe they're leaving that for later. Sometimes they do that. Leaving it for like the afternoon session or but honestly we've had big range so far today, right? How much did we move?
Yeah, I think Mr. Market, I don't know if he's in the chat. He was saying like, oh, the ATR on the 1 minute was 80 points. I think it was the 1 minute. I don't have ATR on my chart. Let me toggle it on. So far, is it right? Yeah, I don't really like to mess with ATR.
Let me see. I like to just look at the last 5 days to get a good feel for it. So ATR the last 5 days, 650 on the NASDAQ. Wow. And on ES, it is
Are you looking at like extended or just RTH?
I just go on the daily chart,
Oh,
so
okay.
both. And then yes, last 5 days the ATR is 120 points. How much did we move today? Let's see. What's the low for the day so far? It's not that low. It's ES moved only 58 points. NASDAQ moved 382. It's definitely a smaller day from what we've had the past few days so far. So actually, yeah, we could end up hitting that overnight high today. It's not asking too much of it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing
Could happen
ATR.
during this session. Yeah.
ATR and ES is like 97 points. We're only at 58.
Yeah. And it's yeah, I basically just took minor buy side, the easy target for me. It definitely could go higher, especially with how today's been. But I'm happy with those profits, and you could always find another trade later. Let's see. This is some buy side here. Yeah, once we get to that buy side, then we're not going to have that SMT anymore on the 4 hour, for now at least. Well, actually, the SMT happened with that one, so never mind, maybe. Yeah, it's just looking more bullish on the 4 hour. If we close above 358s on the NASDAQ, I'd definitely be looking for 514. Yeah, and get back up to even 530s. And
So basically what you're saying is look for a retest for longs.
yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
if they want to drop
If there
it
is a
to
retrace, yeah.
yeah, if they want to drop it to 69.70, I like that. November highs coincides with the 9 EMA on the 5 minute.
Yeah, I see that.
I might
Could see that
just set a
happening.
limit.
I could see that retracing to there, yeah. On the
And
ES.
yeah, if I mean my target would be much higher, honestly. Let's see though. Probably. All right. I'll have that limit set. Just sit and wait. But I don't want to get caught in a nasty knife down. That's the thing. Don't like how like the
Great.
5 minute. What is it?
Yeah, no, I'm just reading the chat. Great job, people that took longs. Woohoo. Pat yourself on the back. Do you ladies trade with your account funds or NinjaTrader account funds? I have my personal account on NinjaTrader and I copy trade that to prop firms.
I think
So
she's
I
asking
get
if
660.
Ninja gives us funds
Oh
to trade
no.
with.
Oh no. No, it's my own money. I
I
wish.
wish.
No, it's my own
Oh
money.
God. It's my money and I need it now.
That is funny. Okay. The ATR on the 5 minute is 68 points on the NASDAQ. Yeah. If you girls were trading on the 1 minute for execution, what higher time frame would you refer to for bias? I literally do trade on the 1 minute a lot of times, and I use 4 hour for bias because I'm
I
looking at
don't
the daily daily, like, 4 hour for bias for the day, what I think is going to happen intraday, and then I'll use 15 minute as well as the bell curve.
yeah, I don't use the 1 minute. Do have an edge alert though from Jim. Russell just made new highs.
Russell, that's good. So the market's up. Got to pump it up. No, that's in my head. All right. Yeah, just bears cannot really catch a break in this market a lot. Like it doesn't stay down for more than like a day or 2 days max, really.
No, but that's
We
that's
had
very
3 days down
dangerous
here at
though.
least. Yeah. Yeah, it's dangerous.
It's dangerous because people are going to get used to those conditions, and then you
Yeah.
keep thinking buy the dip is going to work, but the one day that the buy the dip doesn't work, it's
Yeah, you
just
get
going to
ran
trap.
over.
Yeah, it's going
Mhm.
to trap a lot of people.
For sure. Okay. Um,
You
let me
can make the same
check
argument too, by
here.
the way, to the upside. Every time we've made new all-time highs, we've seen sellers step in. There's been a lack of follow through by the buyers, and we've seen sellers step in hard and push us down. So you can say that you can have the same argument to that as well.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's definitely been back and forth market.
Uh, like
Pretty
Delhi was
tough.
saying earlier, just when I thought I was out, they pull me right back in.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So we might just end up creeping up higher for the rest of this session here. Yeah, and ES took that overnight high just now. That's cool.
Yep, I'm removing my limit. Don't necessarily love this right now.
Mm-hmm.
Have a feeling I get caught in a freaking massive knife. NQ is at that current year mid at 294. NQ still has a long way to go for that overnight high, right? Yeah.
Yeah, about 50 points, but for NASDAQ, that's not really long. That could
It's
be
not
in
really
three
much.
minutes often. Yeah, or 1 minute. We've seen
You're
what
right.
was it crazy? Yeah. Cool.
Wow. See how this 5 minute candle closes? You get another short opportunity to the 9 EMA. If it moves too much, though, I won't take it. Won't be worth it.
Mm-hmm. Data at 11 a.m. will be in 1 year, the Fed 1 year inflation expectations. Okay.
Thanks, Tracy.
Yeah, that was pretty clutch there where you got out your shorts and then you took the W and then I got into longs and took the W. We love to
Yeah,
see
that
that.
was great. That was awesome.
Very satisfying.
It was nice to have a short trade just finally work out, and I really wasn't trying to be greedy with my TP. I was just trying to take what I can get.
Yeah. Where was your target? Like the 9 EMA, the 8
Yeah,
EMA?
it was, oops, it was the 9 EMA
Yeah.
and it kind of coincided with like the weekly open. I
And
think I
midnight
got
open.
out. Uh, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't have
Yeah.
that marked out today.
Yeah. Look at your chart for sure later. Some bounce right at midnight open too. It's a lot of levels there. It's good area
Yeah, it was
for
a nice
ES.
exit. I mean, I feel like we're getting the same kind of setup here that we
Midnight
did
open.
before. No, we came to November highs, key level, swept it, and then sellers came in and we dropped a little bit more into the 9 EMA. And I feel like now same thing's happening here. Come to the overnight highs, sweep it, sellers step in. Let's see if they can push us lower. Keep in mind, be mindful, guys, not only of the 11 a.m. data, but 11:30 euro close. Just see what happens when that market closes.
Yeah, for sure. I think that yeah, maybe market can consolidate a bit, maybe retrace to 230s for NASDAQ 240s. That would be nice if it actually did retrace, It'd be cool. Then it would be a pretty simple, like 5 minute staircase up kind of day.
Yeah, right now it's looking like a trend day. Can easily change though.
Mm-hmm.
One piece of news, one tweet. one something. Send us right back down.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think it was on, what day was it? Wednesday, actually. I was in shorts. Oh yeah, never. Yeah. Oh,
You're like having
painful.
flashbacks.
That was painful. Yeah, I literally just got a headache. It's like I took a short and then some like, and it was 10:38. I got stopped out of my short. A random headline launched the Nasdaq 120 points to the upside, and I was like, "Are you serious right now?" And then we dropped afterwards again. And I was like, "Oh man."
Sometimes it just be like that.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. It's fun
Yeah.
when you're on the right side. It's super fun.
Oh yeah, definitely. And when you're not, it's not as fun.
Yeah. I'm not seeing shorts yet. I don't like that candle closed green. I'll hold off for now.
Yeah, it is just like kind of like a slow staircase up right now.
Right, yeah.
I wouldn't be, I'm personally not fading this. Um, and yeah, let's see the Nasdaq on the 4 hour again, kind of get a good sense of things here. Yeah. Hmm.
Looking at the 4 hour, you said?
Yeah, I'm looking at the 4 hour right now.
Okay, for those who are long, here are my ES targets for today. I don't know if they will, if we will get up there, but I will throw them out there anyway. 95 and then '07 are my next two levels if we stay above the overnight high.
Yeah, I
And
can
then,
see us going higher.
Tanya, we got actually a really good
4 hour.
question in the chat. What information do you guys gather before market open in the morning? I've heard overnight high, etc.
Yeah, every day I'm like, I start off the week always looking at the weekly daily, and then I don't really need to look at it for the rest of the week. But I always start off the day on a 4 hour chart. I like to just look at swing highs and swing lows. Do we take out any liquidity? Like here, we took out a lot of lows on Thursday. And then we came back up and we took out this swing high on the 4 hour. So it was a potential like a bullish shift. Or like I also saw on the other side actually this morning, I saw that we rejected in the 4 hour here. And ES actually took out this high, Nasdaq didn't. So I'll look at swing highs and swing lows on the 4 hour. I'll note any divergences, any FEGs, and then I'll go down to hourly always looks very similar to the 4 hour, but then I go to the 15-minute and I kind of look at what happened during the overnight session. Here you see that we made a bunch of like kind of like a trend line, these like lower highs. And then I marked this out as a liquidity level. So London high, London low, which is essentially looking at what happened during the London session.
And then you do midnight
And then-
open too, right?
Yeah, I always have midnight open marked out, 8:30 open and 9:30 open. So how the day started off, we were below midnight open and 8:30 open. It was looking really bearish, but only until really we came back above the new week opening gap, which is I'll mark out from Sunday's open, Friday's closed to Sunday's open. You see that's what I'm doing there. Mark that out. Once we got back above that, and also we took out pre-market high, and this is a pre-market low, right? That I had really looked at there. I called out basically a potential reversal. Remember the bullish SMT, Salma, way back when?
Yep.
It's the start of the
Oh, I
reversal
remember.
there. And then yeah, and then just swing highs, swing lows. But yeah, midnight open I really like, 8:30 open and 9:30 open. Yeah, and we were above all those levels, closed above that midnight open as well, closed above another swing high, and then I just took a retracement entry. And here we are, we're pretty much mooning. Pretty good day.
Morning.
What's
Good
up,
morning.
guys?
How
Good
are you
morning. Good
guys?
morning. You guys had some banger trades. What the heck? That was amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty good for Monday. How about you guys? Did you guys take any trades?
I took
I
a
had the
few.
exact same trade.
I took the
Oh,
same
nice.
long that you took.
Yeah.
I didn't hold
Was
it
there like
for
a
as long.
volume node there?
Yeah, there's a little
Yeah.
low volume area right where you took
Yeah.
that long, plus a little. You know,
Yeah.
it was just above the week open and then Q. So that plus that little LVN there was that was good for me.
Sick.
9
I love
EMA.
it.
That's what it was.
Shit. Take your
That's what
9
I-
EMA
9
XY.
EMA,
You can.
baby.
I love it. I love seeing that when it's like this. We took the same trade and we all trade different styles.
Yeah.
Whether it's FEG, volume profile, 9
It's hard to
EMA.
wanna it's hard to want to get into another one after one like that, right?
Mhm.
Worked right away.
Oh yeah, that was nice. Doesn't happen often that you get a 50-point NASDAQ candle like that. That was crazy.
Well, that's when you gotta bring out the money gun.
Yeah, we
She
did.
did.
We did. Now you got to get
I
one
know,
too.
I saw.
Why? Now you got to get one too.
I need
'Cause
to
I know
get
you've
one.
been catching bangers.
I heard the fake money works better because my problem was I didn't have real money to put in it.
Oh yeah, sure.
Bro,
Yeah, sure. No, the fake money alert works better because then otherwise real money is like folded, it gets jammed. You don't want to jam, get that jammed up.
You guys all done for the day, or are you guys gonna stay on and trade some off stream? What's
I
the
think
plan?
that was a very satisfying trade for me. I think that like, even though it could go higher, it hasn't retraced at all. So I'm probably gonna check it out in the afternoon, but definitely I'm gonna take my little break now.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
All right.
I'm
Have a
never
great-
done. But
Hey,
I am.
Salma,
Yo.
do you remember
what's
the
up?
other day you were asking me for an NQ level?
Sure, yeah.
Do you know what the low on Friday was?
Not a damn clue.
There it is, right there. Left it marked out.
Oh, wait, tell me it. What is it?
It was pretty much low of day on Friday.
Oh,
265. You were
Good
like, "Hey,
stuff.
Leo, you got any levels on NQ below?" And I was like, "Not really, but here's
sounds like something
one.
I'd ask for sure.
Here's a process that I use to make one, to find one."
All right, so guys, we all know Leo's and Q levels work.
Bangers
Woohoo.
only. No, I'm just kidding. But
All right,
what
you
the heck?
guys.
What are you
What?
doing on stream with other people? I thought it was just me and you only.
Dude, no. No. You gotta take it
Uh-oh.
up with
Yeah.
Ninja. Don't take it up with me.
I'm just kidding.
trying to make ends meet.
No, I'm just kidding.
I will put
Leo-
it out there for the record. If you do need anyone to step in for any kind of stream, I am the go-to person. I will always
Yeah,
stream. I
she's
will
at her
always
desk
fill
the
in.
entire day.
I don't know.
That's true. I mean, she's always trading anyway, so it's
I am
like, oh, you
always
know
in-
she's around.
Yeah, 100%.
That's why you gotta just start your own YouTube channel too, Salma.
I don't even know where to
Uh-oh.
begin.
She'll never get off the computer.
Dude, I already
Probably.
don't.
She'll do like a
so-
stream-a-thon.
Should be like trading with Salma 24/7.
and you'll see it's like gone already for like 60 hours and it's just and no break.
Wait, Tanya, were you there when I think me and Leo were speaking about how we're gonna try and push for Ninja to do a 24/7 stream?
Oh, no,
where
that
we all,
sounds fun. Yeah, stream-a-thon.
we should do it. I'm being so serious. I would be down for that.
Yeah, you give people shit.
It would just be
the only
on.
catch is the chat has to watch for 24/7 too. 24 hours streamathon.
Dude, I would love that.
I bet you would.
No, you think I'm joking. I'm not kidding.
I don't think you're joking. I really don't.
Sign me
Let
up.
us know in the chat if you want to see that.
Should be called Ninja Slumber Party. I'm
Word.
game. For sure.
All
All
right.
right.
Have a
Yeah,
great
we're
day,
outta
guys.
here.
We'll
See
leave
you
it-
guys.
See you guys.
Bye, chat. Bye,
Ciao.
guys.
Good luck, good trading.
Thank you.
Well, we both grabbed the same trade. It clearly paid very well. So, what you gonna take any more trades, you think?
I mean, there's really not much on the bone here unless we get a sweep of the overnight high that's for some reason decides to reverse. There could be a short opportunity up there, but I would need a pullback at this stage to jump in along. I just noticed my volume profile is a little bit thick. Hang on.
Yeah, my entire plan has already been traded by the market, so I have nothing left
Yeah.
unless something completely new happens, which I don't know if that's gonna happen here because it's a really narrow uptrending market here, very
Yeah.
sloped.
Yeah.
So,
Bullish
chat,
Mondays.
what are we
What's
talking
going on,
about, chat?
chat? I shilled Fractal is shilling my brand. This is a very sophisticated long-term marketing play. That's amazing, Fractal. I didn't know I had a brand. I appreciate it.
He said I shilled your Dom on a Discord.
Well, he said, really, I shilled your brand. So I guess he was just shilling Leo plus the Dom. Are you streaming the Dom this morning?
No,
No,
but I
you're not.
can. But
No.
I honestly don't foresee any trades because I know where my P&L sits right now. If I give any of that back, I'm gonna be a little hurt. So it's a little scary. Not a bad looking Dom. Yeah, no, it's decent. Decent. Dude, you know what happened? I don't know if you know anything about this, but I was holding those longs and I wanted to cover one at IB high and it just covered all three of my remaining. So I actually had to jump back in long again in like the 250s, but I couldn't change. Did we make any changes over the weekend or something? Because I couldn't change the quantities
Quantities for what?
to cover. Like you're long and you want to take you have I had three left. I wanted to take one at the IB high, and it ended up being all three.
Oh, I don't think the execution part of that is totally ready for
Like dialed in.
production.
I see. Well, I can't complain because they gave me more longs after anyway, but
Yeah. I'm personally not using it for execution. I know that when we first put it out, the first release won't have any execution. Like you'll be able to have your position on it, but it won't be able to execute a trade. That may come later. Just depends on a
yeah,
few
I think
factors.
I'm the only one execute. I don't think Nick is either, but it's pretty good. It's been pretty sharp, just small stuff like that. I wish they had hotkeys. I'm really used to hotkeying like my stop everywhere on the DOM, so
I know that that's going to be fully implemented. Like that's the
yeah.
plan is to, basically create like the way that we execute on the other platforms that we use and just recreate those key features,
Functions.
Yeah.
And it's been really solid. Like I actually really like it.
Yeah.
I need to set up the stream to look like yours so that I can just have the DOM up. Have more columns so it'll take up a lot of space. I might have to just chat. How annoyed would you be if I just streamed DOM only? Because I don't know. I mean, yours is like half your screen, right? Ish, almost.
Yeah. I mean, I know the production probably hates the current setup, but
It's like
yeah,
what we can't really do much else, honestly.
I mean, you could just make the columns a little more thin, maybe take off the time and sales.
But then you can't see anything. Then you're blind.
Yeah. Only DOMs.
Only DOMs.
I mean, I'm not
Should
I'm
I?
not
Should I?
opposed to it.
No, I can't right now because we have to fix the. I got to do it in production first.
And
Nah, I'll
once
work
we're
on it
able
then.
to execute trades, we could just trade only DOMs. Can you explain how you use a DOM? XYZ. You're better explaining things than me.
How to use the DOM. Okay, well, let's see how we can really set a base for this. You guys all understand. Well, first I have to preface this. The market, to me, in my lens, is an auction between just buyers and sellers. There's no super secret boogeyman that wants to do this and that to your position. And if that's the case, the DOM is just a price ladder where you see where the sellers are willing to sell and the buyers are willing to buy. And everyone knows how to trade to some degree. You have places you would like to buy and places you would like to sell. And when price gets into those areas, you look at the DOM and see, all right, does it look like the buyers also agree? Does the market as a whole agree here that this is a spot that's going to hold for more upside, or vice versa? And through the DOM, you can see the orders coming in. You can see how aggressive they are. You can see who's willing to constantly reload on which side and hold the price there, right? How much does the market really like that price, whether it's upside or downside? And then you just put the trade on. If you're looking for a holy grail where it's like, no, with this, I see the truth and I can never be wrong, ahem, YouTube, it doesn't exist. All you're using it for is to get more information to make your choice. After you make your choice, the market then decides if it wants to slap you in the face or reward you. And that's it.
Pretty simple. I think the just the concept of using the price ladder or DOM is a little bit overcomplicated. Would you agree?
Absolutely. I think it's overcomplicated because everyone wants that one thing that makes it so they're not wrong. They're never wrong. But such a thing doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And then you have a lot of people who want to sell it as education or course or this. So they're always going to frame it in such a way where it's like, look, if you do all these things just like this, and it's always some convoluted, crazy strategy. There's nothing that guarantees 100% hit rate.
Yeah.
It's just information and you do what you do with it. But that's the edge. If you can see
Yeah.
certain information and make better guesses, that's all it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys see it all the time. I mean, before I nailed that 90 MA long, like in the 170s, I took 2 stops on the way down, right? Like small stops, but they're stops. If something were to be a holy grail and make it so you're never wrong and you can pinpoint everything, don't buy it because it's it's a lie. Yeah, very science. Wow, that's exactly what it is. I think that's all edge needs to be. Um, I'm a guy that's like, you can make money a million ways. Super easy to make money in trading. It's so hard to keep it because people don't really lean into the fact that you have full control of what you allow the market to take from you if it doesn't agree with you. But people really don't focus on that. They lose sight of that. They want to see just the upside. So they leave that unattended and you're not going to have any edge. It's just like in the casino, right? They have their set way of doing things, payout odds, probabilities. They never deviate. You're not going to
Seen
see
a bunch of absorption
them
up here
give
in these
agency
30s.
to any dealer to make choices. Yeah, PBH. And I find that people who sell stuff, they're just really aggressive in their beliefs. They're very black and white, right? You're doing it my way or you're doing it wrong. Pay me this money, I'll tell you why. It's just yeah, it's crazy.
Dom rhymes with mom, not
Oh,
home.
come on. I voted.
Not dome. Sorry, Pax.
And Jim.
I did talk to Pax last night. We were going to put the Pax opening range and levels, Pax opening range with the levels on this
On the
on
dom?
this dom too.
I think that's a little too powerful. Powerful for the public. Can't be free.
Chris, yeah, somebody need a dom expert. Chris is your man. He has a proprietary course
Chris,
on the dom already.
Whoever asked for that simplistic, beginner-friendly dom explanation, talk to Chris. He says it's red guys and blue guys playing tag.
He did say that.
Yeah.
He did.
He's like, trust me, bro. I'll
Trust
teach you
me.
the dom right now.
No,
Red
I know what
guys
I'm
and blue
doing.
guys chasing each other playing tag like it's the streets of LA. Yeah, String B was there, clearly. Oh, that's a good question for Leo.
What?
Cost. You see a cost per own?
Cost?
Cost per. He says, "Hey gents, I know you both look at the opening ranges of some sort. I just look at IB. Do you find it to your advantage to have a wide or narrow opening range? Thank you."
I think the opening range, the size of the opening range is indicative of what might happen once you break it. So what I mean by that is if you have a very narrow, tight opening range, typically that means that there's been a ton of consolidation at the open. And then once it's broken, you're going to get a bigger, more stronger, robust move away from it. If you have a very wide opening range, when you break it, you're more likely to have reversions back through. That is not a 100% truth, right? It doesn't always happen that way. But that is the general, like if I could generalize it, that's what I'm kind of looking for based on the actual range of the opening range. Size matters, Chris. The
Smaller,
dom
the
has
better.
been around since the pit trading days.
Depends who you ask.
I mean, when they brought execution to the screens, that was how they executed.
Do I use overnight data? Yeah, I do. How many points defines a narrow or wide range? I just look at the average. I have an average range. So right now, my average daily range, 472. Then you can kind of just take that and scale it. I think these days, 100-point range is really narrow for an
Yeah,
IB.
we have good range today. I mean, there's 380
Good.
points of range.
Yeah, you can literally keep buying any pullback, and there's a good enough range for it to be a one and done trade.
Do I think the market is going to reverse now? I mean, it's given no signs that it's going to reverse. I mean, there's a lot of absorption up here, but you know, absorption doesn't really matter unless they're able to hold it. So we can see a little pullback into, see this low volume node right here at 300. This is the area that I would buy for continuation because it's basically the other side of this volume node that we're building. So I would actually hold, like look for a long here to continue this build process. So like we have a volume node here. We broke. We have a volume node here. Build volume node here. Volume node here. We're building volume nodes as we progress, right? So that's indicative of, that's basically what a trend day looks like. Would I classify today as a trend day? No, I mean, not really. It is trending, but it's not like just, I don't really, it doesn't have the traditional.
What doesn't make it a trend day?
I guess the opening drive that's just slammed it lower. we got the consolidation in here that didn't really go anywhere. Like for me, an opening drive is just like the market opens, we go one direction, we never look back. And it kind of trends for a couple of hours. So for me, it's not like a traditional trend day, but we are trending higher. That may sound like kind of a dumb nuance thing, but you know, it is what it is. So
Well, our in-house macro economist expert Nick for a tick has let us know why the market's rallying.
oh, why is the market rallying, Nick?
Well, he says Sydney Sweeney rang the bell. There will be no selling.
Prepare yourself for a reversal here.
Oh,
Okay.
man. Get ready to get long.
Good job.
Earlier, I heard Salma, she wanted shorts. And I guess apparently she was saying like, oh, chat says, you know, don't short, whatever. She's like, this makes me really want to short. So she just banged out a short. Got paid on it, I think. She's become a serial chat fader. You stream long enough, you just become a serial chat fader.
Did you just trade explain a trend day? Shut up, Nick. Hey, why don't you go put your Bucky's onesie on and sit on the couch?
How much was that soundbite? How much was that onesie? What they sell it for there? How much did you pay for the sake of the people, Nick? I'm waiting for a big passive seller. Carlos, passive sellers have been around all day. That's how you build volume nodes. It's just that there are way more buyers in the market than sellers today. Like that. Hey, Leo came out firing, huh? To hand them out with a thing, I guess.
Man, what a lame Super Bowl. That was the worst Super Bowl in a long time. Not
That
gonna
Super
lie.
Bowl was exactly what the internet thought it would be, which is the sad part. Everyone was just like saying, "Yeah, this is the worst. This is not a real Super Bowl." And I felt bad. I was like, "That sucks to be the Seahawks or the Pats, and you got this far." And the internet's like, "Yeah, yeah, whatever. You know, get your little game over." And then they proved the internet right. I'm just like, "Ah, that sucks. That really
They
sucks,
they
man."
proved him right.
Yeah. I would have been like, "You want to see a crazy game? I'll show you one." It's like, At some point, I was like, you know, we might actually see an NFL kicker as a Super Bowl MVP. Isn't that crazy? The Seabirds, yeah, they don't have too many fans, but hey, they were solid this year, consistent enough. Look where they are now. They weren't flashy, you know, not none of that, but they were consistent. You had really good teams with really good players, just not consistent. Honestly, kicker should have won MVP. Yeah, look, it's crazy when you can even begin to think that a kicker might win the Super Bowl MVP.
I did make a joke about that. You know, I didn't see kicker kicks 800 field goals on the call sheet app.
I mean, who knows? Maybe all the call sheets were just Denny's menus. Hurt feelings from a Seattle resident. Congratulations. I mean, solid team, clearly. Do I like my new OC? I mean, he's a young guy. I don't know much about him. I am very unhappy about Stoutland not being our OL coach anymore, but I don't know. It really sucks with no Stoutland. I'm glad Fangio's back, even if for another year. Fix the Raiders. Hey, they've been trying for a long time, my friend. For a long time. I want to see Lions or Bears win one. They could have. I think the bowl was wide open this year, as evident from yesterday's game. Bradley, you talking about Geno Smith? He's like a turnover machine. It's so bad that the last time I was in Vegas, me and my buddies tried to put in a parlay that had Geno Smith over 2 interceptions, and they didn't even let us put that in. It was not available because everybody knows that bet is a lock. And he did, in fact, throw 2. I think it was 3. It was against the Giants. So for anyone that was looking for a short, this is why you don't just try to look for shorts on a trend, in a trend, just because you see absorption, because volume is continuously building higher, which means the market simply does not have enough interest to trade any lower. And so what Leo just said earlier about possibly buying the low end of the current node, you'd be about 20 something points in profit.
I
And if
was
you tried
told
to
the
short it,
market was going to reverse to prepare for a reversal.
it's possible that's exactly why it didn't.
Yeah.
Chat is like a tape.
I mean, there was a nice scalp there at those 30s a minute ago when there was all that absorption, but it's really not the same right now.
F2 Futures says profitable trader here. Hello.
It's going to
You
consolidate
might be
until
the only
Jim's
one.
edge
You might be the
report.
only one here that's a profitable trader. Welcome, welcome.
Reversals are a myth.
You gave your front row seat too soon. Well, my whole plan was because we held
Are they
this
really going to just
range.
tickle this overnight high? Come on.
Yeah, the overnight high was the extent. 344 is as far as it goes, and I did not hold to 344, guys. I peeled off by like 299 right before 300. So you're not the only one that gave up your seats.
What's Arval at? 83? Nah.
I played 1.6, but this was not my handle, my friend.
All right, let's see what we get here. If there's a sell side opportunity.
Jim's choosing violence.
What is Jim saying?
He tagged the profitable trader, says, "Hello, unprofitable trader. How are you doing?" Chat's
funny.
eating each other. ES really tried to dump the 82s, 83s, huh? That's what they get.
Why do you compress leg to leg delta? Because if we didn't, you wouldn't be able to see the actual deltas. Plus NQ, you know, what doesn't matter in NQ is what happens every tick. So grouping together by a few points at a time is more reliable because it's not a market that you don't need to be exact with as far as getting some ideas with what's happening. Whereas ES, I want to compress more than I would. Yes, I would do like a 2 tick compression at most for leg to leg profile.
Yeah, NQ's order flow is very gradient across like various ticks, even points. So if you do no compression, even with the data you'll get, it's like completely unusable. String B, I am kind of afraid to ask what analogy you're using to explain stops to your girl. Half of me wants to know and half is afraid to ask. Can I look at YM? I literally don't have a YM chart, nor have I ever pulled one up on a trading platform. So oh, don't go with the front row seat. Yeah.
Okay, we're getting a bit of selling right into this push higher. I'm not going to jump into it.
F2 futures, we're just playing around, man. There's nothing wrong with what you said.
Are you bullying someone right now, XY?
No, because then Jims was kind of messing with him just for fun, and then he said, "I was asking if they are. I'm not here to claim anything. I'm curious if the folks NT hosts are profitable traders." Um, yeah, F2 futures, we're just playing around.
Do you compress the DOM? I don't compress the DOM at all. XY does though, right?
Yeah, two tick on NQ. I don't compress on ES. I think ES tick by tick information is really important. NQ, not so much. You just get lost in noise. You're asking who to listen to? Everyone that appears on the show, I would say, is worth listening to. Um, if you don't like what they're saying or you don't resonate with the strategy or the trading style, you can just look for the next person and see what you like, what you can vibe with in terms of, execution and take something from there. You can always take something from different things. Trading doesn't need to be absolute, one way only.
I'm taking a stab at this short in literally 3 micros, so I'm not going to risk much here. But just as far as a trade idea, there is some absorption up here. Then the sellers started to sell into this, and then literally as soon as I entered, they pushed it higher. But this is like a C trade, but that's why I'm taking it on micros and not giving it much of a hard opportunity, right? Just put it on, see if it works out.
Composite trader, that's exactly my thought. But one had just closed as a single. But yes, two sets of singles we're working with.
Yeah. That's why I said it was a C trade. I'm taking it with 3 micros. And guess what? If I lose $30, I lose $30. Fading a triple distribution
There's
trend
honestly
day.
a lot of absorption.
Oh
That's
my
kind of crazy.
goodness. You guys are wild. You guys are wild. I mean, they sold into these 34s and then passively sold 58s.
There are
So
a lot
they sold
of
the 54s.
late buyers
Oh,
in the
is that
58s are huge.
what's going on, chat?
Sunshine Bright says, thanks XY, I didn't get out of the long and it paid off. I don't know what I did to help you on the longs, but I'm glad you got paid. Holding since an hour and a half ago. Okay, you are rich, Pat Behar.
You are rich.
You are rich. I can tell that.
You have been dunced as rich.
Yeah, a lot of volume. There is quite a bit of absorption, yes. Like 500 plus late buyers try to lift the offer there. Is Five Guys that expensive? Is it $30? That's only half a Five Guys burger.
I've never been.
Me neither. I've only heard the stories. I've never had a Five Guys. I mean, I'm not sure anything could be In and Out for me personally, so I'm not too curious.
Do you think In-N-Out's overrated though? Like as a
No way. It's properly rated. You only get 2.5 guys for that. Yeah, I know, Bradley. I didn't think it was actually $30 for half a burger, but that's geez. This is funny. So chat, I mean the dichotomy of chat, right? Carlos right here says Five Guys is very good, and literally right under is someone who says Five Guys is terrible. You miss nothing.
I love it.
Chat is like a time and sales, like for sure. You
Yeah.
see huge buying like right away. It's like huge selling. It's like, wait, okay,
Mhm.
which is it?
Somebody's wanting to get filled on 40 lots there at 57. Look at all the selling. They need to get it going.
The price action is so crazy. It's like really narrow up. I've never had Whataburger either, but I mean are they only in Texas?
They're in Oklahoma, Kansas. Um, I'm not sure if they're in Arkansas.
Hmm.
I mean, they're good. You slap
Shake
on get yourself a patty melt after
Wait, patty melt
oh dude.
over a burger, so their burgers are not as good as their patty melts?
I mean, a patty melt is basically a burger. It's just a different
Yeah,
bun.
yeah, true. Whataburger greatest of all time?
Whataburger
Whoa,
is
whoa.
fantastic, honestly. They have them in Florida too,
Whataburger?
Arizona.
Portillo's? Isn't that like Chicago style hot dogs? Or am I tripping?
I wonder what's all this? What are we doing here?
Sweet and spicy bacon burger? Where at?
That's also very good.
Is that a Whataburger thing?
Got food poisoning at Whataburger, never gone back. I mean, I don't blame you. Georgia has them.
When are you gonna peel anything off here? You're holding it for a full on reversal?
Um, I mean, I would like to get into this node and 320s. I mean, give me at least like 15 points to take one.
Hey, 15 points. That's that $30 for a half a burger.
I mean, I can go to 2.5 guys,
Yeah,
guaranteed.
locking in. Very, very polarizing topic here. Some guy says, "What a turd," more like. Literally had better
Wait, what?
burgers out of the factory wheel of death at my old job.
Did you ever go to EV Maze in Lubbock? No.
Are you talking to me?
Bradley and Q was
Oh,
asking.
I was like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Here in
EV
Maryland, we have 5 guys and 3 brothers.
the what a burglar. That's insane, man.
Oh, they're coming back to my entry here now. The trend must continue, says the buyers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ES is building a pretty big node.
I mean, I would have been happier with just, something just, a little bit lower, which is why I didn't take any off. I'm actually cut this trade.
Valerie, you'll find that that's a lot more common than people would like to believe. Just going up on like lower volume. Yeah, F2 futures. I don't know if you're still here, but I mean, stick around. You might find some things that can help your trading. I'm not sure it's ever a really realistic thing to expect to hop into any stream and find a trader that you're like, oh, this is everything. This is everything. Everything they do is the best way or the best way for me or this or that. You're likely not going to find anything like that, but I would say very likely you will find a lot of things that can help your trading or improve it in some way or give you a different lens of the market that prevents you from doing things that probably won't work. There's a lot of stuff going on here on NT Live, so I would definitely assume that you will find things that can help your trading. Was I bullish? Absolutely. I can kind of just go down that whole thing for you guys. First thing I noticed was this spot holding. So the market clearly, they made that low and they're starting to trend up. Volume is building higher and they're holding everything on the downsides that you would expect them to. So coming in, I mean, I'm seeing a really strong candle and a continuation that's building. So this zone is the only thing left for me to see if, okay, if they hold this zone, they're likely going to trade up into the 340s, 344-ish, but right before you get to the low volume spot that they're trading in now. And so simply put, pull back. I got in on this pullback, got some longs. Um, I got stopped out on the runner, and then I started, getting some more longs around the 90 MA here, and finally got that going, and just kind of kept going up and up and up because my runway from 170 to 340s was a good enough runway for me, especially as a scalper. So if they're gonna hold this spot, then I would expect the market to trade towards the 340s. And I peeled off my last position right under 300. So super simple for me today. Really sloped EMAs helped kind of just guide everything for me. And good confluences pull back into the zone with the 9 EMA there, really absorbing. So I kind of got to layer in. The longer price is just giving me that same information in certain ranges. So like for the longs, I'm like in 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Next thing I know, I'm in 5. Coming out, I added the 6th and the 7th on the way out of it, and then started to scale out. That was a really good trade, which is why I'm not too tempted to take anything. I mean, in my experience, if I have a trade like that, it doesn't really get any better. So I would just be likely giving myself some pain if I'm still trading a market where my plan has already played out. This was a huge part of it, seeing them hold this low, this swing here. This was a huge part of the plan. And if I'm seeing this, the only thing left was like what you would try to short uh, right under the 200s, and the market really is not conveying that information today because every time they trade under the 200s, they're holding. So if that's the case, 340s, let's try it, and we get the move. Everyone should be in the green today. I don't think that day ever exists where everyone should be green. I think that's a pretty bold statement. No excuses. That's kind of crazy.
I got a bold statement to make actually right now. Tomorrow for trade the close, there will be a big announcement. Can't say anything more. So you don't want to miss tomorrow's. You don't want to miss tomorrow's trade the close. I'm gonna get out of this dumb trade. You don't want to miss tomorrow's trade the close. I'll be on with Kane, and Kane and I will help NinjaTrader make an announcement about me. No, who said it was about me? Who said it was about anybody? It was just an announcement. You want to watch?
I'll leak it to you guys. Leak it's the Dom that's being built, being offered at $500 a week. There it is.
There it is.
I'm the man of the people. Look, if I know, you guys know. Practice says, is it about me then? Fucking chat.
It's an expensive dome. Will there be an auction to use the Dom? Yes. Ninja is going to allow resets on personal accounts.
Versus the new Dom with ads.
That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious.
Dude. Oh, man. Where does chat get all these jokes?
Put Leo in charge? Wait, what did Bradley say?
What did Bradley say?
Getting out of the basement finally? No.
Oh. I wish. I gave up on that dream long ago. I'm starting to get real cozy in here.
You look cozy.
Stockholm Syndrome. It's not too bad, guys.
You look cozy.
Yeah, Dom with ads. Before you can place an execution order, you gotta watch a 15-second ad. Upgrade to free real-time executions.
Oh, you want to add the poll stat column? You got to watch a 30-second ad.
Dude. Skip 29. All right, Cooper, that was a good one, man. Yeah, Hedgy boy, it's sick. It's sick. It's not perfect yet. It's being worked on, right? Obviously, it's like still a beta, but this is what, day 6 of me, day 5 maybe of me executing on with it. And it's not perfect, but I definitely enjoy it way more than hitting market on the chart. So it's definitely helped. My drawdowns have decreased, I would say, significantly on a per trade basis. Yeah, I was looking at my stats for the week last week, and the numbers definitely jump out because I can now just like choose my spots on the Dom. So when I'm wrong, it's for way less. Yeah. But I mean, you guys will notice almost every streaming day last week, I do have trades where the market does leave without like a good batch of my orders. But that's just how it is. If I want these prices, I want these spots, the market's not always going to give them to me. That's just what you live with. Stop orders for premium only. Yeah, that's the plus. That's the Dom Pro Max if you want to use stops.
I like that.
The iDom Pro Max. Am I hitting market on Dom sometimes?
We still haven't given it like an official name, and I think that's going to be the biggest delay.
The name.
Mm-hmm.
Do we get to name it?
I mean, yes, we do.
Or is NinjaTrader?
We do. I do believe naming it was part of the contract.
Okay.
That I made with NinjaTrader.
The Freedom.
I mean, I do like that name. That's actually great. NinjaTrader Freedom.
It can only be in red, white, and blue. You cannot customize the colors. That feature will be removed.
It did occur to me that my color scheme is very American.
Who doesn't love it? Who doesn't love it? USA.
Sponsored by them, I think is probably the right word.
You think so? Versus work for NT?
I mean, I'm not getting a W-2, are you?
No, but I'm
getting
stuck
health
in Jim's
insurance
basement.
I mean, that's your issue.
An eagle screams every time an order is filled. Yeah, that's the free version.
That's
If you
so
want to stop
American.
the eagle screams, you have to upgrade to the Pro Max version.
That would be so funny if we put in
The free version is just all kinds of
the
troll.
free version has all kinds of upgrades that you have to buy. The DOM will be free. Yes.
Also on the free version, as soon as you hit take profit, you're taxed right away. So you don't get the full amount in your brokerage.
Every
Immediate
dollar
tax.
you make, you have to you send 10% in crypto to me. That's how I get paid for this whole thing. Yeah. So for every dollar, I get 10 cents sent to my crypto wallet. It's hard coded into the DOM. Losses,
sorry, not
I
tax,
don't
it's tariff.
participate in the loss.
You
Yeah.
get the Leo tariff.
Yeah. I don't have to participate in the losses. Get rid of your Trump coin. Oh my God.
Chad's so funny, man.
You would pay for Screaming Eagles order fill? Maybe that's the play, XY, is the DOM is free.
Oh, but it's like
you can buy add-ons.
Yeah.
Like Screaming Eagle.
It's like video games now. The games are free, but you got to pay for skins.
Right. Yeah, you got to pay for skins. You know, you got to pay for this and that.
All right. Now we're cooking. That's TP.
That's it.
That's TP.
Production's laughing so hard they can barely talk.
Hey guys.
Loot boxes for the DOM. What's up, Jim?
You guys talking about Leo's ladder?
Leo's ladder? That's kind of cool.
Yeah. How about roar and order?
Oh, Freedom is better than all those.
Tiger, roar.
Leo's ladder sounds like something you can put in like a child's book. You know, it's a little too nursery rhyme for me.
Yeah, you can't put this in a nursery book.
Leo's ladder.
All right.
That's like some Dr. Seuss type beat.
That's my contribution to that.
Hold on. Someone says seeing you guys chart makes me wish I can use NinjaTrader. Why can't you use NinjaTrader?
Yeah, there's nothing stopping you from using NinjaTrader.
There's no stopping you now.
Leo's ladder needs to be OSHA approved. You have to wear a helmet, guys. That's another OSHA violation. Have you guys seen those videos?
No, I have a contractor friend though. Everywhere he goes, even like when we're traveling, he'll go into like a hotel. He's looking around like, oh, look at this. They should have this, that. And then he's always been, oh, OSHA this, OSHA that.
So
restricted
Leo,
country.
Oh,
you should move.
Tomorrow, trade the close is a must see. And But every trade that closes is a must see. We have Jack, Joey, and Nick coming today. That's a must see. Trade the close.
Jim, we have a question. Maybe your opinion has changed on this. Dom or Dome?
All right, I'm gonna say it for the 800th time, maybe more than 800 times. Dom is a short for my cousin Dominic. Yo, where's Dom? Go get the
Of
Brazola.
course, Jim's got a cousin named Dom.
Right. Dome is the official way you say it. And I'll even go one further, actually. The traders back in the day called it a dome, and the programmers called it a dom. The traders are way cooler than the programmers. So if it depends on where you want to fall on this, XYZ. And since
You
you're
said
super cool, you're gonna want to say dome. I'm just trying to help you out. That's all.
you said the traders called it
Dome.
Dome, but the people who made it called it
The IT guys, the programmers before you had AI, the guys who would write code, those guys called it the DOM.
the guys who programmed
So
called
the
it the
people
Dom.
actually making it called it the Dom. Got it.
Well, the nerdy people.
Well, they're always
So
right,
Jim,
aren't
is that
they?
your way of calling me a nerd? Because I wear that with a badge of honor.
I'm just trying to help you out. That's all, Leo. You have a public reputation. And
While
I'm
we're
trying
talking
to
about the
expand it. I'm
Dom,
trying to
Jim's
grow
just
it.
backstage going, "Wow, look at these nerds going at it again."
Yeah, but that is true though. The tech guys called it DOM.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then a lot of people would use the discussion of GIF or GIF, and they would say, "Oh, it's called GIF because the guy who created the GIF said it's pronounced GIF." So wouldn't that apply
Wait,
directly?
he said,
Yeah, the
you
guy,
sure about that?
it's GIF. Yeah.
Like the
Jif
peanut
is
butter.
Jif is it's peanut butter. Thank
Look at
you.
all the selling.
Thank you, Leo.
What are we doing here?
Very, very good. In any
Can
event,
confirm
today,
am tech guy.
good job today, you guys. So we'll be back this afternoon with Trade the Close, as we already mentioned, and it's going to coincide with the U.S. women's hockey team playing Switzerland. They won their first two games, and they're on a roll, and they look pretty darn impressive. They're on their way to get that gold medal.
I don't know. I saw a man do a backflip and land on one foot yesterday, and that was fucking crazy.
Yeah. Have you
On
watched
ice skates.
That would be incredible. That's
No,
incredible.
it happened.
They're great athletes. They're just great athletes. Even the curlers. Have you watched the co-ed curling?
Oh, dude,
No.
curling is it gets kind of crazy.
Well, that's the
For the
one
first time
sport where you
seeing
can
it,
sit on
I
the
was like,
couch and you
whoa.
can criticize and say, I would have went for that stone instead of that stone. That guy messed up. You can't criticize anything else, right? Because they're so good.
Curling is kind of crazy to watch.
Yeah, it's fun stuff. In any event, great Olympic Games, everybody. If you're not watching them, you got to get that Peacock, though. So having said all that, thank you. Let's give these guys a round of applause, laying it out on the line live for everybody here on NinjaTrader Live. And I'm sure I'm going to see you guys later on this week at some point.
I will see you tomorrow, Jim, for Trade the Close.
Yeah. So supposedly something special is going on. So we'll find out.
Oh, Jim wasn't here when we spoke about the announcement.
Supposedly, you don't know.
Well,
You're
you
not in the
announced
know.
nothing. You said
You're not in the know.
I'm in the know, but you announced nothing. You said something special is coming.
We already told him, Jim. We told him about the Dom that's going to be charged
It's
$500.
the Dom. We're releasing the Dom. It's $500 per week.
Yeah,
You
that's
pull
the
in my
announcement,
cousin.
guys.
You pull in my cousin Dominic tomorrow, and that will definitely.
I don't want to see
a special
anyone's
show.
cousin named Dom.
You don't want him to know your name, believe me, or your face. In any event, all right, we're going to do a really, really quick edge report to end the morning. Appreciate everyone. The subscriptions are awesome. We appreciate the thumbs up, and special thanks again to Leo and XYZ for laying it on the line. We will talk to you two cats later.
See you guys.
Yeah.
See you, chat.
So I just wanted to remind everybody, we didn't really talk about this enough this morning, I don't think. The E-mini S&P, this is a daily candle chart, and Friday's candle was incredible. I mean, it was a bullish engulfing candle by any measurement that you could think of. The range of this candle was huge, right? The low of this candle was well, here, I'll tell you exactly where the low was. The low was 67.51 and the high was 69.65. So that's a 200, I mean, that's a huge, huge candle. And not only that, we just kind of rallied past that yearly open low, the yearly open, the yearly VWAP, and we just kind of closed above it and said, hey, look at me, hold my beer. And then what happened? Sure enough, after a candle like this, you usually have continuation buying. So we shouldn't be surprised. This morning was, well, we were red a little bit. Everybody was all worried, because of the London initial balance. But boom, look at that. Big rally, no wick whatsoever. We're driving toward new highs again. My next step up here is approximately 70.23 if we get through that 7,000 level. And just to kind of look intraday, that call resistance level in the blind spot 2 is right there at 7,000. It's going to be a little tricky to get through. We're kind of slowing down. We're a little scared of it right now, but if we break through there, then we're going to rock and roll. That 1-day max also, that MenthorQ 1-day max is at 70.17 and a quarter. So that's another target for today. We'll see. There's no retracement in sight. Session VWAP is all the way down here by JAX 2 at 69.60, way in the rearview mirror. A call resistance wasn't resistance. 0 DTE, we just blew through it. Same with that call, 0 DTE call gamma, we just blew through it. Point of control down. This is kind of an odd looking volume profile, but point of control is pretty dominant here. It's 69.85 and a quarter. So all the stock index futures are doing pretty well today, including the Dow, the mighty Russell, and even the NASDAQ is doing pretty good today. So continuation buying is occurring today. No retracement in sight. We'll see what happens when we get to trade the close later on today to see if there is any retracement whatsoever. But right now, it's not looking good. A lot of green on the board across the board. It is risk on, everybody. The Bitcoin, still a little struggling. The Bitcoin's having a hard time. It's just a little north of 70,000. That's way not out of the woods yet, but we'll talk about that this afternoon. Having said all that, that is Late Morning Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us today on NinjaTrader Live. Best trading community there is, hands down. Appreciate everybody listening. Appreciate everybody in the chat helping each other out. High tides lift all boats. That's not lost on me. Appreciate the subscriptions and the thumbs up and interaction with our celebrity traders, because those guys were awesome. Having said all that, folks, we'll be back 2 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch, relax, and we're going to finish strong today.